Hello friends and namaskaram. A different kind of space race for India is heating up. While Elon Musk Starlink has been navigating a maze of Indian regulatory clearances, Mr. Mukesh Ambani's Reliance Jio has just dropped a bombshell. Reliance is reportedly eyeing a multi-billion dollar entry into low Earth orbit (LEO), and that is a satellite market, if you don't know. And he is aiming to build a homegrown rival that could change the face of Indian internet forever. In this video, we break down the high-stake battle between the world's richest man and the India's biggest telecom partner. Let's go. Imagine a world where the most remote village in the Himalayas has the same internet speed as a penthouse in Mumbai. That world is coming, but it is not coming through cables, it is coming from the space. Welcome to the ultimate showdown of 2026, Reliance versus Starlink. This isn't just a business deal, it's a battle for India's digital sovereignty. For years, India has been the land of telecom wars. We saw 4G price plummet when Jio entered the market in 2016. But as of May 2026, terrestrial towers have hit a limit. While 99.6% of Indian districts have 5G coverage, there are still millions in shadow zones where fiber can't reach. And the price is definitely very big. A satellite communication market projected to reach 3.77 billion this year, growing at a staggering 16% CAGR. This is why Elon Musk and Mukesh Ambani are locking horns. One wants to bring this global network to India. The other wants to build a Desi constellation to protect India's interest. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's talk about Elon Musk. Starlink is already a global powerhouse operating in over 100 countries. In India, Starlink has been chasing a launch since late 2022. So what's holding it up? As of today, May 6, 2026, Starlink is cleared for orbit but stuck in the tarmac. Although they have received a global mobile personal communication by satellite GMPCS license in June 2025, they are currently in security limbo. What are these hurdles? So first is the security hurdle. The Indian government has a very high standards. They require separate security clearance for every satellite gateway and localization of facilities for lawful interception. Next is the FDI logjam. Starlink's foreign direct investment proposal is still pending with the Department of Space. Third is the cost. While the Jio is known for being cheap, Starlink global hardware kit costs between $250 to $380, roughly about 21,000 to 31,000 rupees in Indian currency, with monthly fee potentially reaching 3,000 rupees. Can Musk drop the price low enough for the Indian mass market? That's a very big question at this point in time. Enter Mr. Mukesh Ambani. For a while, Reliance was working with SES on a medium Earth orbit (MEO) system called Geospace Fiber. But as of yesterday, May 6, 2026, the strategy has shifted dramatically. Reliance is now eyeing a multi-billion dollar entry into LEO, low Earth orbit segment. And the war is now being fought at the war footing levels. Report indicates Reliance has formed 6 dedicated teams to work on the satellites, payload, launches, and the user terminals. The acquisition strategy is also being worked out. Ambani isn't just building from scratch. Reliance is reportedly looking to acquire an existing satellite entity that already has orbital slots and infrastructure to speed up the launch. And lastly, the sovereignty argument. Reliance is positioning this as a national security move. Having a made in India LEO constellation reduce dependency on the foreign entities, a critical factor given the global geopolitical climate at this point in time. So why the sudden pivot to LEO? Well, there are various advantages. First is the latency. The traditional satellite, which is MEO or GEO, are quite far away. They are further away. LEO satellites are closer to Earth, meaning lower latency. Perfect for 300 million Indian 5G users who want to game or video call without a lag. Next is the direct to device. In 2026 is the year which will be known for direct to device tech. Imagine your phone connected to a satellite automatically when you lose cell signal. Starlink and Geo are both racing to perfect this. Third is the spectrum battle. There is a massive debate over the spectrum pricing. The DOT is favoring a 5% charge on adjusting gross revenue, while Starlink is pushing for lower costs to make service viable in India. So who takes the crown now? Starlink has proven tech and the global fleet. Reliance Jio has home court advantage, regulatory favor and history of disrupting market with aggressive pricing. But don't forget the dark horse. Airtel's UTL set, OneWeb and Amazon's project Kuiper are also in the wings, waiting for their share of 3.77 billion pie, which is just the Indian market. The winner won't just be one with the most satellite. It will be the one who can convince the Indian consumer to switch from their rupees 500 fiber plan to satellite dish. So friends, what do you think? Are you team Jio or team Starlink? Let me know in the comments below. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives into the future of the telecom, tech and other business issues. I'm CK and I will see you in the next one. Before I go, I will like to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In the heart of San Francisco, Luna AI dared to reimagine shaping with $100,000 gamble on AI managed retail store. Sleek algorithm promised efficiency, but the grand experiment hit a very human snag, that is staffing, and that exposed the limit of automation. What was meant to be a glimpse of the future quickly became a cautionary tale of tech colliding with reality. In San Francisco, the promise of an AI-managed retail future took center stage when Luna AI unveiled its flagship store with $100,000 investment. The concept was bold. A retail space with the artificial intelligence would streamline operations, enhance customer experience, and reduce the reliance on traditional management structure. The launch drew attention from both tech enthusiasts and retail analysts, and they were eager to see how the automation could reshape the mortar commerce. Yet, despite the futuristic vision, the store quickly encountered a very human problem: staffing issues. While AI managed the inventory analytics and customer flow prediction, and day-to-day realities of staffing proved harder to automate. Scheduling conflicts, employee turnover, and the need for human oversight exposed the limitation of purely AI-driven model. The irony was striking. A store designed to minimize the human dependency found itself struggling precisely to become of it. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So, just put some comments about your city also. So now we were talking about the store, and the Luna AI experiment underscores a broader tension in the modern retain. And technology can optimize the process, but it cannot fully replace the adaptability, empathy, and the problem solving skill of human staff. For investors and entrepreneurs, the lesson is clear. The innovation must balance automation with human capital. So, Luna AI's venture may have stumbled, but it has sparked a vital conversation about the future of retail, where the AI and people coexist rather than compete. So, Luna AI store shows that even in the world run by algorithm, retail still need human touch. So Luna AI experiment in San Francisco was more than just a store. It was a test of how far automation can carry retail into future. Yet the staffing struggles revealed a truth that technology alone cannot erase the human presence and remains, and it also tells us that humans interventions, human presence remains the backbone of customer experience. The venture may have flattered, but it leaves behind a valuable lesson, that the future of retail will not only to AI versus people, but AI working alongside with people. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel. But before we go, we have a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, can ancient wisdom solve the modern leadership crisis? In this executive training session, we dive deep into the Bhagavad Gita to explore the concept of transcendent leadership. The true leadership excellence isn't just about strategy, it's about being. Learn how to cultivate the vision of equality, a state of equanimity where decisions are made free from personal bias, ego, and favoritism. By mastering the divine impartiality, C-suite leaders can conquer the cycle of reactive management and establish a culture of trust, innovation, and sustainable success. Let us explore this further. In the modern C-suite, we are taught to be decisive. We are taught to be analytical. But how often are we taught to be equal? Every day, you face a storm of preferences. You have favorite projects, difficult stakeholders, and team members who either mirror your energy or drain it. This is the cycle of the corporate life. The constant swing between liking and disliking, winning and losing. But what if there are a third way? A way to lead from place so stable that the market volatility cannot shake your inner clarity. 7,000 years ago, Bhagavad Gita identified this state in chapter 5, verse 19, and it says, quote starts, even here in this world, they have conquered creation. Those whose minds are established in equality, since the eternal is defect free and equal, they are established in the eternal. Quote close. Today we call this transcendent leadership. Now friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel, and also I will know who is watching and who is not. The words mention two critical words, equality and impartiality. In business context, impartiality is often taken for being cold or indifferent. That is a misconception. Divine impartiality is not about caring less, it's about seeing more. Most leaders see through a lens of utility. They ask, how is this person useful to me right now? This creates a fragmented organization built on transactional relationship. The transcendent leader, however, sees the eternal in everyone. They recognize that every employee, from the intern to the CFO, is a manifestation of the same underlying potential. When you lead with this vision, you stop reacting to people's personality and start responding to their potential. By being defect free like the eternal, you remove the defects of leadership and also remove biases, nepotism, and ego driven anger. You become the steady point in a turning world. The words claim these leaders have conquered creation. In the boardroom, creation is the project, the product launch, or the quarterly earnings. We usually live in a cycle of various things, starting with attachments, whether this project succeed or if not, then I will not feel successful, right? Next is fear. What if we fail? Third is reaction, micromanagement, or blame somebody else. So transcendental leadership breaks the cycle. When your mind is established in equality, you realize that your worth is not tied to the birth of a success or the death of the failure. Think about most respected leaders that you know, right? They are the ones who stay calm when the stock price drops and stay humble when it soars. They conquered their emotional cycles of the workplace. They are the transcendental leaders. They are actually living on a transcendental situation. They operate from a higher frequency where they can see the solution while everyone else is still panicked by the problem. So friends, how do you apply the verse 5.19 tomorrow morning? And I would like to suggest 3 pillars for you to basically implement this theory in practice, starting with 360-degree human view. That is the first thing that you need to change in your personality. So next time you are in a meeting, consciously look at the person you disagree with most. Remind yourself that their core essence is no different from yours. This doesn't mean that you agree with their strategy. It means you respect their presence. This dissolves hostility and opens the door to genuine negotiations. Second, decision making in the gap. So, that is the second change that you need to bring about. Between a stimulus and your response, there is a gap. Use that gap to ask, am I deciding based on the personal preference, or am I deciding based on the equal good of the organization? Third is relinquish I actor, which is, in other words, is ego. So Bhagavad Gita teaches that the leader is not the sole cause of success. You are a channel. When you share the quality of the divine, you share the credit, you share the wisdom, you share the burden as well. Verse 19 concludes by saying that those who master this equality are established in the eternal. For a leader, this is the ultimate competitive advantage. It is the transcendental situation, a state of high performance peace. You aren't just managing a company, you are mastering yourself. When you lead with impartiality, you don't just build a better business, you build a legacy of wisdom. You become a leader that people don't just follow because of a paycheck, but because your very presence brings clarity to their chaos. The challenge for you today is therefore is simple. Find one situation where you are biased and bring the light of equality to it. Conquer your inner world, and you will inevitably conquer your professional one as well. So, friends, thank you for your presence and your leadership, and thanks for joining live with me. We have come to the end, but before I end, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, is the world on the brink of economic meltdown? In this video, we break down the explosive news as President Trump announces a staggering 50% tariff on Chinese imports. This massive escalation comes on the heel of the collapsed Islamabad Peace Summit, sending shockwaves through global market and intensifying the fear of all-out trade war once again. We dive deep into the geopolitical fallout, the failed negotiations in Pakistan, and what these new trade barriers mean for our wallet, the tech industry, and the future of international relations. Let's go. The diplomatic table has been flipped. What started as a high-stake attempt at the global stabilization in Islamabad has ended in a spectacular public breakdown, and the response from White House, it's an economic earthquake. That President Trump has just officially announced a 50% tariff on nearly all Chinese imports. We aren't talking about a negotiating tactics or a minor adjustment anymore. This is the nuclear option of a trade policy. In the next 10 minutes, we are going to peel back the curtain on why the Islamabad Peace Summit failed so catastrophically, how these tariffs will ripple through your bank accounts, and why analysts are calling this the beginning of the most dangerous economic era since the Great Depression. So friends, buckle up. This trade war didn't just restart, it just went nuclear, it just went ballistic. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's continue our analysis. To understand the 50% hammer, we have to look at the wreckage of Islamabad Peace Summit. For weeks, the world watched Pakistan with bated breath. This was supposed to be a grand bargain, a moment where the US and Chinese finally found a middle ground on security, intellectual property, and regional influence. But the reports came out of the closed door session described a scene of total deadlock. Well, the sticking point is it wasn't just trade, it was the refusal to compromise on tech sovereignty and failed resolution of the maritime disputes as well. When the Chinese delegation walked out on the final day without a joint, when I say Chinese, it's basically the Iranian as well, because world knows that the Iran is completely backed by Chinese and Russian. Alright, so when they walked out on the final day without a joint statement, the peace summit became a press disaster. The Trump administrator and their philosophy has been, strength through leverage. Without a deal, the White House felt they had no choice but to maximize the pressure. The 50% tariff isn't just a tax, it's a direct retaliation of the perceived lack of cooperation in Islamabad. In economic terms, what we call is a decoupling accelerator. At 50%, it becomes mathematically impossible for many American companies to maintain their current supply chain in China. And if you're an American retailer, a 50% tax at the border wipe out an entire profit margin, and you are left only with two choices: pass the cost to the consumer, which is guys like you and me, or move your manufacturing elsewhere. Well, this is time consuming, it will take years. From semiconductors to the shoes on your feet, every single line item is about to get a Trump surcharge. This is a bold gamble that US economy is strong enough to absorb the shock, while the Chinese manufacturing sector buckles under the weight of lost business. The reaction from Wall Street has been instantaneous. We saw the Dow and the Nasdaq took triple-digit dives within minutes of the announcement. But the real chaos is happening in the shipping lanes. The logistics experts are warning of supply chain gridlock. Importers are scrambling to the front door shipment before the tariffs officially takes effect, leading to a massive bottleneck at the various coast, especially American coast. And we already know that the Strait of Hormuz is also blocked. And then there is a retaliation factor. China has already signaled that they won't take this lying down. In fact, yesterday their foreign ministry said that please stop interfering in our affairs. So we are looking at a potential export ban on rare earth mineral, the stuff needed to make electrical car batteries and smartphones. And if the US tax Chinese goods, then China cut off the raw material to make those goods elsewhere. We aren't just looking at the higher prices, we are looking at the scarcity. So is there anyone winning here? So in the short term, domestic manufacturers in the US might see a surge in demand as the foreign competition becomes too expensive. Countries like Vietnam, Mexico, and India are also positioning themselves to catch the overflow as companies flee the Chinese market. But for the average consumer, the winner column is looking pretty thin. Economists warn that this could be a reignite of the inflation, just as we thought we had it under control. If a $1,000 iPhone suddenly costs $1,400 because of the trade levy, the consumer spending, the engine of the American economy, could stall. So let's discuss pros and cons. What are the pros? Reshoring of the jobs, increased leverage in future deals, reduced dependency on rival. And what are the cons? Higher inflation, stock market volatility, and strained relations with allies who are caught up in different crossfires across the world. So where do we go from here? The 50% tariff is more than just a policy. It's a line in the sand. It signals that the era of globalism at any cost is officially over. We are moving into a bipolar world where you are either in the Western trade bloc or you are not, or you're out basically. The big question remains, will China blink? Or will this trade war escalate into a full-blown economic Cold War that lasts for generations? One thing is certain, the failure in Islamabad wasn't the end of the story. It was the prologue to a much more intense chapter in global history. So friends, I want to hear from you. Do you think 50% tariff is the right move to protect the American interest? Or is it the risk of a global recession too high? Drop your thoughts in the comments, and after receiving your comments, I will basically start making more analysis in future on the same subject. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and the bell icon. We are going to be tracking this market reaction throughout the week and keep bringing the analysis to you. Thanks for watching. I am CK and I will catch you again in the next one. Before I leave this section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. The biggest question today that we have to tackle is, why does everything exist at all? For decades, the physicists have been haunted by the antimatter mystery. The fact that the Big Bang should have produced equal amount of matter and antimatter, leading to total annihilation and an empty universe. But a groundbreaking theory suggests that answer lies in the exploding black holes. In this video, we dive deep into the world of primordial black holes, PBH, tiny high energy black holes formed seconds after the birth of the universe. Unlike their massive cousins, these tiny titans don't just sit there, they evaporate through Hawking radiation, eventually ending in violent explosions. We will explore how these cosmic firecrackers may have tipped the scale, creating the slight excess of matter that allowed stars, planets, and humans to form. Let us explore this further. Friends, what happens is that everything eventually fall into black hole. If you go very close to the black hole, you will see that the black hole will actually pull you in and then devour you, spedify you, and really bad thing happens to you. Your energy is sucked out and becomes part of the black hole. And so scientists used to wonder, what will happen to black hole. Are they eternal? And it turns out that the Stephen Hawking said no, they are not, because they are also radiating, and that radiation, very minute radiation, very faint, is now what we call the Hawking radiation. Well, this video is not about Hawking radiation, but the important part is that even black hole, which are the biggest sucker of the universe, also radiate, and therefore if they are radiating, that means their mass is going to reduce eventually, and then they will have to completely evaporate. However, black holes don't go out simply evaporate. When they come to the minimum size that they can have, there is a internal pressure, or the pressure of the vacuum, because of which after crossing that threshold, they have the event horizon, but they also have a minimum size horizon. Once they cross that, they simply explode. They cannot, the inward pressure cannot hold, and it evaporates or explode instantaneously, and the energy is released back into the universe. And that is what may have caused the extra matter that we see, the energy released after exploding of the initial black holes. So now scientists have debated, and they have agreed upon that when the universe formed, there were trillions, gazillions of the primordial black holes formed. These are microscopic black holes, and they are very small as a proton, but they have a mass equal to a moon. So they have still very strong power. They can pull things towards them. They can devour everything, but they are quite small, very difficult to detect. And since they are small, that means their time came before our solar system took birth. When we started coming to the world, the primordial, that's the assumption again, the primordial black holes would have been long gone. So now going back to the mystery. The mystery is, when the universe formed, there should be equal amount of matter and antimatter. Matter is what we are made of, and antimatter is equally an opposite matter. And when these two guys touch each other or come close to each other, they completely annihilate into a pure energy. So now we know that there was equal amount of matter and antimatter was formed in the initial first day of the universe, and then after some time the matter antimatter came close again and annihilated, and therefore there was a second bang. And we now know that the second bang really happened, and then it was still in the very early stages of the universe formation. However, if we take the if we consider the PBH, which is the primordial black hole, very tiny small black holes, if they were also formed before the annihilation happened, that means that portion of the matter was not part of the second bang, right? That means the second bang happened, the matter and antimatter collided and exploded with releasing a lot of energy into the space. However, the PBH were out of this explosion, and they evaporated, releasing a lot of matter. And that is where the mystery of why we do not see antimatter in the space. Whatever we see today using our very advanced telescope, we don't see anything made of antimatter. We see everything made of electrons, protons, neutrons, atoms. All of this is matter, and we don't see. Although we can make antimatter in the laboratory, but it does not last because it's very difficult to hold the antimatter. It will mix with matter and annihilate in pure energy. Nothing is left. It's a matter antimatter explosion is the best explosion, best release of energy, because there are no byproducts out of that. Pure energy is released. So when we don't see antimatter in the universe naturally occurring, that gave rise to the mystery, and that is what we are discussing today. What happened to the antimatter and why we exist at all? I mean, when matter and antimatter were produced, and then the second bang happened, then from where this matter remained in the universe, of which we are all made of, all the stars in the heavens, all the planets, all the living beings are made of matter. So scientists are now saying that the PBH may be responsible, because PBH would have survived the second bang, and then later they evaporated, releasing the energy, which then condensed into matter. And there was no question of antimatter, that energy condensing into antimatter. And that is why, if this is true, well, it is very difficult to prove or disprove this, but if this is true, this explains why we exist, why the universe exists, why stars, why the physics exist, right? So this is something which I wanted to discuss in the universe section today. If you have any thoughts, any comments, please share those in the comment section below. Thanks for joining live, and I will catch you again in the next one. Hello friends, what does a 7,000-year-old text have to teach today's high-performing executives? In this video, we break down knowledge obtained from Bhagavad Gita and reveal why modern CEOs are using its timeless wisdom to build inclusive, high-trust corporate culture. Whether you are a startup founder, a corporate executive, or an inspiring manager, this video will change how you look at the modern leadership, employee retention, and organizational growth. Let's go. Think about the last time you heard the phrase psychological safety or radical inclusivity. If you track modern corporate trends, you probably read these terms weekly in Harvard Business Review or hear them being discussed by Silicon Valley founders. We treat these concepts as the cutting edge of the 21st century organizational psychology. But what if I told you that the ultimate blueprint for inclusive leadership wasn't written by a modern HR consultant, but was laid down over 7,000 years ago on a battlefield? Today, an increasing number of global CEOs and top executives are looking past standard management textbook. Instead, they are tuning into ancient wisdom, specifically Bhagavad Gita. They aren't looking at it solely as a religious text, but as a master class in human psychology, crisis management, and leadership. Therefore, in this video, friends, we are diving deep into one specific revolutionary verse, which is mentioned in chapter 9, and the verse is verse 32. We are going to unpack how this ancient verse holds the exact key to solving the modern corporate world's biggest challenges, which are employee retention, diversity, equity, building high performance, high trust culture. So, friends, before we move forward, and if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's look directly at the verse in chapter 9, verse 32. Bhagwan Krishna says to Arjun, and the quote starts, "All those who seeks my protection attain the supreme goal, O Parth, irrespective of their gender, caste, or qualities." And quote close. Now, at first glance, a traditional reading focuses on spiritual liberation, that the divine is accessible to everyone equally. But when a modern leader look at this text through the lens of the organizational design, the word protection and the phrase attain the supreme goal takes a powerful corporate parallel. In the ancient times, caste or qualities dictated what a person was allowed to achieve. That was a rigid system. In verse 32, Bhagwan Krishna completely shatters that hierarchy. He democratizes success. He states unambiguously that the path to highest peak is open to every single individual without the exception, provided they are given the right environment of security. For a modern CEO, this isn't just a philosophy. This is a framework for democratizing success within an enterprise. Let's isolate the first core pillar of the verse. All those who seek my protection, and quote close. What does the protection means in 2026 corporate boardroom? It means psychological safety. Harvard Business School professors Amy Edmondson defined the psychological safety as a shared belief that a team is safe for interpersonal risk taking. It means an employee knows they won't be punished, humiliated, or marginalized for speaking up, making a mistake, or offering a radical ideas. When CEO establish a protection or safety at the top, it fundamentally changes the human behavior. Think about it. When your workforce is operating in fear, fear of layoff, fear of toxic managers, fear of biases, their brains are stuck in survival mode. Innovation dies. Diversity becomes a hollow HR matrix rather than a competitive advantage. By taking inspiration from verse 32, a mindful CEO realizes that their primary job is not micromanager or to manage a matrix which is derived from micromanaging, but to build a fortress of trust. When your team feels safe under your leadership, they don't just do their jobs, they strive for what the verse calls this, and that is the supreme goal, which in a business context means peak performance and self-actualization. Let's move to the second part of the verse, and the quote starts, irrespective of their gender, caste, or qualities, quote close. This is where the Gita becomes radically modern. 7,000 years ago, it explicitly called out bias based on identity and inherent traits. In today's business landscape, we talk a lot about DEI, which is diversity, equity, and inclusion. But let's be honest, many companies treat DEI as a compliance box to tick. Bhagavad Gita challenges leaders to look much deeper. It demands radical meritocracy. When the verse mentions qualities or gunas, it refers to a person's current behavioral tendencies, past mistakes, or perceived limitations. Bhagwan Krishna is saying it does not matter where they started, what their background is, or what errors they have made in the past. If they are aligned with the vision today, they have the capacity to reach the top. As a CEO, how often do we, pigeonhole our employees? How often does a management team decides that someone doesn't have the executive presence or doesn't fit the traditional mold based on the implicit biases? When you lead the principle of verse 32nd in chapter 9, you intentionally break those biases. You actively search for talent in unconventional places. You realize that the brilliant ideas don't care about the elite university pedigree, gender, or social background. You build an ecosystem where the quietest person in the room has exactly the same runway to hit a home run as the loudest person in the same team. So, how does a modern leader actually execute chapter 9, verse 32? How do we translate this timeless spiritual law into an operational reality? And I would like to add 3 steps action plan for all the executive. Step 1, redefine the safety. That the first, audit your corporate culture. Do your employee feel protected to fail forward? Celebrate intelligence failure publicly. If an employee takes a calculated risk that doesn't pan out, doesn't penalize them. Don't penalize them. Show the organization that your protection is real and watch how fast your innovation cycle accelerate. Number 2, democratize growth and upskill, and therefore look at the promotions, development pipelines. Are opportunities open to everyone or just inner circle? Implement blind skill assessment, open access mentorship program, and structured upskilling. Give everyone, regardless of their starting qualities, the tool to reach the organization's supreme goal. Number 3, lead with purpose, not just profit. And therefore, remember that in the verse, the ultimate destination is the supreme goal. In business, employees, especially young generations, don't just work for paychecks anymore. They work for purpose. A CEO's job is to connect daily operational tasks to a higher, meaningful vision. When people know why they are fighting and who they are fighting for, their loyalty becomes unshakable. A challenge of a modern CEOs are complex. Market fluctuate, technology like AI disrupt industries overnight, and consumer behavior shifts constantly. But the fundamental core of the business has never changed. It is entirely driven by human beings. So Bhagavad Gita in chapter 9 verse 32 reminds us that leadership is not about wielding power from a corner office. True leadership is about creating an expansive, inclusive space where every individual feels secure enough to bring their whole authentic self to work. When you democratize success, you don't just build a more ethical company, you build an unstoppable business. So friends, thanks for watching, thanks for joining live. If this ancient perspective on the modern leadership resonate with you, hit that like button, share this video with fellow leaders, and subscribe for more deep dives into timeless wisdom for the modern business. I would love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. How do you build your psychological safety in your teams? So friends, until next time, lead with consciousness and keep building. Before I go, few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. and these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, the big question that we want to answer today is that the next industrial revolution happening in deep space. Very profound question. While the world has been focused on the AI boom, a silent titan has been emerging in the labs, and this is known as Mars Plasma Thruster. Forget the silicon gold rush. The real treasure is being found in the vacuum of space. In today's video, we dive deep into the trillion-dollar engine and explore why plasma propulsion is no longer a science fiction, but the backbone of the next global economic era. From slashing the cost of satellites deployment to enabling sustainable deep space logistics, plasma tech is disrupting the global tech market and shifting the scales of geopolitical leadership. We break down the cosmic infrastructure that will define the 2030s and beyond. Let's go. While the world has been looking down at their phones, distracted by the latest AI chatbot and the fluctuating prices of the tech stock, a silent revolution has been brewing in the vacuum of space. We have spent the last decade obsessed with that cloud, but the next trillion-dollar industry isn't made of software. It's made of fire, or more accurately, plasma. In the history of humanity, every great economic gold rush was preceded by a breakthrough in transportation. In the 19th century, we had the steam engine, which opened up the frontiers. In the 20th century, we had the jet engine, which shrank the globe, and the entire earth is now known as a global village. But we stand here in 2026. We are facing a wall. Our current rocket technology, which is based on chemical propulsion, is essentially just a fancy way of blowing things up to push ourselves forward. It's heavy, it is inefficient, and it is the reason why the trip to Mars still feels like a suicide mission. Enter the plasma thruster, specifically the high power variant being designed for a Mars run. This isn't just a faster engine, it is a cornerstone of what we call the cosmic infrastructure. Today we are going to pull back the curtain on why this technology is the trillion-dollar engine, and why it's sparking a geopolitical and economic race that will redefine the global leadership for the next century. So friends, if you've reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand the gold rush, we have to understand the tool. Most of us grew up watching the space shuttle or the Saturn V massive towers of fire. Those are the chemical rockets. They work by burning fuel to create a massive amount of thrust in a very short time. It's a great equipment for getting off the earth, but traveling through space, it's like trying to drive across a continent in a car that has 5,000 gallon tank, but only got 2 miles per gallon, right? So plasma thruster, often called the iron engines, are specifically the VASIMR, VASIMR, which stands for Variable Specific Impulse Magnetoplasma Rocket, operate on a completely different principle. Instead of burning fuel, they use electricity, often from the solar panels or the small nuclear reactor, to turn a gas like argon or xenon into plasma. Plasma is the fourth state of matter. By using the powerful magnetic field, the engine accelerates this plasma to incredible speed up to 50 kilometers per second. Now, here is a magic trick. A plasma engine doesn't have the raw power to lift a house off the ground, but once you are in the vacuum of space, it is the ultimate marathon runner. It can stay on for months, constantly accelerating. While a chemical rocket is a sprint, the plasma engine is a bullet train. It can cut a trip to Mars from 9 months down to just 3 months. But for the tech market, the speed isn't even the most exciting part. It is the efficiency. Because of these engines require fraction of the propellant, we can finally stop sending fuel into space and start sending payload. And in business, payload is profit. So let's talk numbers. Why $1 trillion? Right now, the space economy is valued at roughly $600 billion. Most of that is satellite GPS satellites, communication satellite, and weather satellites, etc. Also military satellites, but we are not counting those. But there is a bottleneck. Satellites are disposable. Once they run out of fuel to stay in their proper orbit, they become expensive space junk. Plasma thruster changed the math of space logistics. Imagine a fleet of space tugs, a small plasma powered vehicle that can move from orbit to orbit, refueling satellites, repairing them, or moving them to new positions. This isn't just a niche service, it is the birth of an orbital economy. When the cost of moving things in space drops by 90%, industries that were once impossible suddenly becomes inevitable. Think about asteroid mining. A single metallic asteroid can contain more platinum and gold than has ever been mined in human history. But you can't bring a 500-ton rock back to Earth using chemical rockets. The fuel cost would bankrupt you and before you left the atmosphere. With plasma propulsion, however, you have the slow and steady torque needed to move massive amount of raw material across the solar system. And this is a tech gold rush. The winner just won't be one who finds the gold. It will be the one who owns the infrastructure, the engines that make the trade routes possible. This brings us to the showdown. Who is going to own this infrastructure? Very big question. For decades, space are playground of the superpower, the US and Russia. But the plasma revolution has leveled the playing field and at the same time raised the stakes. We are seeing a three-way race. And which are the titans? NASA and the European Space Agency are betting big on nuclear-enabled plasma propulsion for 2030's Mars mission. Who are the disruptors? Private companies like SpaceX, Blue Origin, smaller startups like Ad Astra are moving at Silicon Valley speed, aiming to commercialize these thrusters for satellite constellations. And who are the new contender? Nations like India and China are aggressively investing in electrical propulsion systems. India's ISRO, for example, has become a world leader in cost-effective satellite launches. If they can crack the code on high-efficiency plasma engines, they won't just be launching satellites for others. They will be managing a high ground of the global internet and defense network. Global leadership in the 21st century is no longer just about who has the most aircraft carriers. It's about who controls the cosmic toll booths. If a nation or a corporation owns the primary plasma transport network, they effectively control the flow of data, resources, and security for the entire planet. And this is why the Mars thruster isn't just a piece of hardware, it is a geopolitical chess piece. Now, You might be thinking this is all great for astronauts and billionaires, but what does it mean for guys like me and you, people living in Delhi, London, or New York? The tech gold rush always has a ripple effect. When we perfect the jet engines, we didn't just get faster vacations, we got global trade, overnight shipping, and a connected world. The development of mass grade plasma thruster requires breakthrough in superconductors. Number one, to create the magnetic field needs to contain 1 million degrees of plasma. So we need very high magnetic field generators. Number two is the energy density. To power these engines, we are developing the most efficient solar and micro nuclear systems ever conceived. Number three is the material science, creating hulls that can withstand the bombardment of deep space radiation. These technologies don't stay in space. The superconductor that powers a Mars thruster today will power a fusion reactor on Earth tomorrow. The energy system designed for plasma engines will eventually provide clean, limitless power for our cities. The trillion-dollar engine is a massive R&D laboratory for the problems we face on Earth today. We aren't going to Mars to escape the Earth. We are going to Mars to invent the tool that will save it. So this is very exciting. So friends, do let me know what you feel about it. And I will catch you again in the next one. Before I go, what about our affiliate partner? Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash. So it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In an age when the heavens were still clogged in myth and the earth was thought to stand still, Aryabhat dared to imagine a universe in motion. Born in 476 CE, he became the architect of cosmic revolution, weaving mathematics and astronomy into a vision that defied centuries of belief. With Aryabhatiya, he revealed that the earth spin upon its axis, that the eclipses are not divine omens but predictable shadow, and that the numbers 0 above all holds the key to infinity. So let's find out more. In the twilight of Gupta age, when the India was crucible of intellectual ferment, Aryabhat emerged as a voice that dared to redefine the cosmos. Born in 476 CE, he composed Aryabhatiya, a compact yet profound treatise that stitched together mathematics, astronomy, philosophy into a single tapestry of knowledge. His vision was not confined to numbers and stars. It was a declaration that human thought could reach beyond tradition and touch the infinite. Aryabhat's contribution were revolutionary. He proposed that Earth rotates on its axis, explaining the apparent movement of heavens, a concept that would not be widely accepted in Europe until Copernicus, nearly a millennium later. He calculated the length of the solar year with remarkable precision, devised method for predicting eclipse, and introduced trigonometric function that remain foundational to mathematics even today. His place value system and the use of zero were not mere abstractions. They became the very essential upon which the modern computation rests. But Aryabhat was more than a mathematician or an astronomer. He was a philosopher of science, insisting that the observation or calculation and the reason must be guide to understanding. And in doing so, he embodied a spirit of inquiry that resonates powerfully in 2026 as humanity stands at the threshold of interplanetary exploration, grappling with the artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and the climate modeling. Aryabhat's legacy reminds us that the bold ideas often precede the tool to prove them, and his heliocentric learning and his leaning towards that were not validated by telescope but by courage, the courage to imagine a universe larger than the prevailing dogma. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, in 2026, his impact is felt in multiple dimensions. The algorithm that drives AI echoes his mathematical ingenuity, and the orbital mechanics guided spacecraft trace their lineage to his astronomical insight. His insistence on precision and systematic thinking mirror the demand of modern data science. And his philosophical courage, questioning orthodoxy, embracing uncertainty, offer a model for navigating the ethical dilemmas of AI, biotechnology, and planetary journey. So beyond science, Aryabhat's story is, of course, is like a cultural beacon. In an era when the decolonizing knowledge is a global imperative, his work reclaimed India's place in the history of ideas. It challenges the narrative that the scientific revolution were born solely in Europe, remind us that innovation has always been a shared human endeavor. For a young learner in 2026, Aryabhat is not just a figure of past but a symbol of possibility. Proof that imagination can bend the arc of history. Looking ahead, we will definitely find his legacy inspiring and vision of science as both rigorous and humane. Just as Aryabhat's calculation seeded centuries of progress, our own innovation must serve not only the exploration but also equity. His work whispers across the time that the rotation of the earth is not just a cosmic fact but a metaphor of continuity, and that knowledge is like a planet itself, must keep turning, renewing, and expanding. Thus, the Aryabhat contribution are not a relic of antiquity. They are living principles. And in 2026 and beyond, as we chart course to Mars, harness AI, and confront planetary crisis, his voice reminds us that science is a journey of courage, precision, and imagination. His heliocentric vision was a revolution of the perspective, and the challenge is now it is to carry that revolution. It is a challenge of the new generation of 2026. and definitely to go beyond the star or find the future in interplanetary journey, and of course venture into the unknown. So this is what we want to share about Aryabhat and his contribution. We look forward. What you think about Aryabhat's vision, and you should also understand that Aryabhat's vision was not bounded by the centuries in which he lived. It was a spark that continued to illuminate the corridors of the science. His calculations of planetary motion and his embrace of zero, and his insistence on reason over ritual, so were more than intellectual feats, and they were also act of courage that reshaped humanity's understanding of the cosmos. So in 2026, as we decode genomes and harness the artificial intelligence and prepare to step into the other words, Aryabhat's legacy remind us that the progress begins with the perspective. And and definitely his revolutionary ideas were more of a thought, and our must be one of the imagination. We should work on our imagination. We should work on the ethics, and we should be very brave to go for an exploration. So the earth still spin as he foretold, and with its spin, the wheel of discovery, Aryabhat's voice echoes across the time, and that the universe is vast, that truth is measurable, and that the generation must find the courage to look up, calculate their dreams. So we have come to the end of this discussion. We look forward for your comments on this discussion, and please like and subscribe our channel, and we look forward to see you again. But before we end, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, is a new trade war which is dubbed as 2.0 beginning? As the US radically rewrites its global tariff rules, India is launching a high-stake diplomatic mission to Washington DC, and therefore in this video we dive deep into why an Indian delegation led by Chief Negotiator Mr. Darpan Jain is rushing to US Capitol on April 20th, 2026 to save $1 billion trade deal. So what is happening now? Well, the trade landscape between the world's 2 largest democracies has shifted overnight following a landmark US Supreme Court ruling that limited the president's emergency tariff powers. The Trump administration has introduced a new 10 to 15% global surcharge under Section 122 of the Trade Act. Now, this move has effectively reset the 18% tariff framework India and US agreed upon during the early February 2026. Now, India is fighting to maintain its competitive edge as other global players face the same flat rate. Let us discuss this further. On February 7th, 2026, the world thought the trade war between India and the US was finally over. Headlines around the globe announced the breakthrough. Washington would slash tariff on Indian goods to be a flat 18%, and in exchange the trade king and the Make in India giant would enter a new era of cooperation. But in the global politics, nothing is final until the ink is dry. Fast forward to today, that 18% deal, it's practically on the paper shredder right now. Why? Because of the US Supreme Court just dropped a legal bombshell that stripped the president of his emergency tariff powers. In response, the Washington has hit the reset button, rewriting the global trade playbook with a brand new 10% global surcharge. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Now, as you watch this, a high-level Indian delegation led by Chief Negotiator Mr. Darpan Jain is on a plane to Washington DC. They would land on April 20th, and their mission would be to save India's 87 billion export market from being swallowed by a trade war 2.0. To understand why India is rushing to DC, we have to look at what happened in the courts. For over a year, the Trump administration used the International Emergency Economic Power Act (IEEPA) to slap reciprocal tariffs on countries including India. But on February 20th, 2026, the US Supreme Court ruled 6-3 that the president cannot use this act to raise revenue generating tariffs. It was a massive rebuke of the executive power. Overnight, the legal foundation for the India-US deal, the one that promised an 18% rates, evaporated. The administration had to halt all IEEPA collections. But if you think this means free trade is back, think again. The administration immediately pivoted to Section 122 of the Trade Act of 1974. This is a global surcharge of 10% on all imports from all countries to address international payment problems. It's valid for 150 days. You might be asking, wait, if the new US tariff is only 10%, isn't that better for India than 18% they agreed to in February? So on paper, yes, but in the world of trade, it is all about comparative advantages. Under the old deal, India was going to pay 18%, while its competitor like China or Vietnam might have been paying 25% or even 50% in certain cases. The gap made Indian goods cheaper. But under the new Section 122, everyone pays 10%. Suddenly, India loses its special edge. Furthermore, there is the Section 301 threat. While the 10% global tariff is a temporary fix, the US Trade Representative USTR has launched a fresh investigation into 16 economies, including India. These probes are looking into forced labor and unfair practices. If these investigations go south, India could face even higher punitive tariffs on top of the 10%. And this is why Mr. Darpan Jain and his team are in Washington this week. They aren't just there for coffee. They are there to finalize the bilateral trade agreement and the legal text. And here are the three main fires they need to put out. First is the solar crisis. The Indian solar module exports to US have already crashed by 35% this year due to fluctuating duties. India needs a stable long-term rate to protect its growing green energy industry. Number two, the Russian oil factor. The US previously hit India with punitive duties because of the India's purchase of Russian oil. While some of those rolled back in February, the new section, which is 301 probe, could bring them back under a different name. And third is the big ticket energy deal. So in exchange for lower tariff, India is looking at buying massive amount of US LNG and nuclear tech. This energy for export swaps is the heart of the deal. India isn't just waiting on the Americans, while DC talks are happening, Commerce Secretary Mr. Rajesh Agarwal has confirmed the 2026 roadmap. And it's very interesting. First is the India UK FTA, expected to go live in May 2026. Second is the India New Zealand FTA, set to be signed in April, especially on April 27. Third is the EU and Oman FTA. Negotiations are in full swing and final stages. So India is essentially telling Washington, we want to be your partner, but we aren't putting all our eggs in one basket. With the trade deficit between the two nations narrowing down to 34 billion from 40 billion last year, India has some leverage, but the US is playing the hardball. The next 72 hours in Washington will determine the future of your wallet as well as my wallet. From the price of iPhone, even though it is assembled in India, to the cost of Indian textiles and pharma in the US, everything is on the line. Is this the start of a trade war 2.0, or it is just growing pain of a new America first architecture? One thing is certain, the era of easy, predictable global trade is over. So friends, what do you think? Should India stand its own ground, or should it offer more concessions to secure the US market? Let me know in the comments below. And don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives into shifting world of global power. Thank you for joining live. Thank you for watching. Before I wind up this session, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back. Ever wondered why you possesses a specific personality trait, strength, and struggles that defines you? In this video, we dive into the profound wisdom as guided by Bhagavad Gita. There are several shlok, but we will actually examine one of the shlok which unveils the source code of human existence, explaining that every quality we see in humanity, from intelligence, knowledge, and courage to fear, sorrow, and even infamy, originates from a single divine source. By exploring this ancient perspective, you will gain a new understanding of the nature of the universe and your place within the grand designs. We break down the complex list of qualities mentioned in the verse and discuss how realizing their origin can help you cultivate inner peace, equanimity, and self-awareness in your daily life. Let's go. Have you ever looked in the mirror and wondered, why am I this way? Why do you feel intense joy one day and profound sorrow the very next day? Why do you have the courage to face a challenge yet feel paralyzed by a sudden, irrational fear? We often think our personality is just a random collection of habits and experience. But what if there was a blueprint? What if the entire spectrum of human experience, the light and the shadow, the brilliance and the failures, wasn't just you, but a reflection of the very nature of the universe? Today, we are decoding one of the most profound verses in the ancient wisdom, which is Bhagavad Gita, chapter 10, verse 5. It is quite literally the source code of human existence. So, in chapter 10, Bhagwan Krishna is revealing his vibhuti, his divine manifestation. He is explaining that he is not just a distant force, but the active underlying reality behind everything we perceive. The verse reads like this, and the quote starts: intelligence, knowledge, clarity of thoughts, forgiveness, truthfulness, sense control, mind control, joy, sorrow, birth, death, fear, courage, non-violence, equanimity, contentment, austerity, charity, fame, and infamy. These diverse qualities of living beings are created by me alone. And the quote close. So when you look at this list, you'll see a paradox. Most spiritual teaching tells you to seek joy and avoid sorrow. But here Bhagwan Krishna says both come from the same source. This is a massive shift in perspective. It suggests that your entire emotional and psychological landscape is not an accident. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's break this down. Bhagwan Krishna lists 20 qualities. Think of these as the primary color of the human consciousness. The intellectual cluster. Let's start with this. The intelligence, knowledge, clarity. These are the tools we use to navigate the material world. Next is the moral cluster, which is forgiveness, truthfulness, non-violence. These are the traits of stabilized society. Next is the emotional duality cluster. This is the most fascinating part. Joy and sorrow, birth and death, fear and courage, fame and infamy. We would, why would their divine claim to be the source of infamy or fear? This is the crux of the hidden blueprint. The universe is a playground of duality. You cannot understand the concept of courage if you have never experienced fear. You cannot appreciate joy without the contrast of sorrow. By acknowledging that all these states arise from the same divine source, you stop labeling your emotions as good or bad. Instead, you begin to see them as weather patterns of the soul. They are transient state that passes through the framework of your being. So, how do we, use this? If you are having a bad day, if you are feeling sorrow, fear, or lack of contentment, don't panic. According to this verse, those feelings are not wrong. They are part of the spectrum of the human experience, and that is allowed to exist as well. The secret is to move from being the experiencer to the observer. When you realize that your intelligence and your fear both come from the same ultimate source, you create a gap. In that gap, you find peace. You stop fighting your own mind. You start accepting the full, vibrant, and messy spectrum of the human life as it is, rather than how you wish to wear it, right? Now, this is the ultimate form of mind control, not suppressing the emotion, but recognizing its source. You're not just your thoughts, and you're not just your emotions. You are the canvas upon which these 20 qualities are painted. Understanding this blueprint changes how you interact with the world. You become more forgiving because you understand that everyone else is also playing out these same qualities. You become more equanimous because you now know that every high and every low is just a part of a grand design. And friends, I want you to think about the quality from that list today. Just one of them, maybe one you have been struggling with. How does your perspective changes if you see it in not as a flaw, but as a thread in the blueprint of your existence? So do let me know if you have any questions. We can discuss this further as well on one-on-one basis. All right, friends. So we have come to the end. Before I close this live stream, I would like to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. For decades, Uranus and Neptune have been labeled as ice giant, described as swirling mass of water, ammonia, and methane. But the new scientific breakthroughs are shattering that model. Recent research suggests that these distant worlds might be far rockier than anyone had imagined previously. Therefore, in this video, we dive deep into the ice giant illusion. We explore the latest thermal modeling and the planetary data that are forcing the astronomers to rewrite the textbooks. If Uranus and Neptune aren't just the balls of ice and gas, what does that mean for the history of our solar system and the thousands of exoplanets that we have discovered so far? Let's go. Hello everyone and welcome back. For decades, when we look at the edge of our solar system, we saw two blue marbles, Uranus and Neptune. We have always called them the ice giants. Textbook taught us they were swirling mass of water, ammonia and methane. But what if that identity is just an illusion? Recent scientific breakthroughs are suggesting these worlds might be far rockier than we ever imagined. And in this shift, we are forced to rewrite the, very rules of the planetary science. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. There are three things that we need to reevaluate. First is, what is the core problem? Second, why reevaluate? And third is, why the sudden change? It comes down to thermal modeling and the gravity. When scientists released data from Voyager 2 alongside new models, the math didn't quite add up. If these planets were purely ice fluid, they should be emitting heat and reacting to gravity differently. To account for their specific gravity and heat signature, these planets must contain a much higher percentage of rock or methane-rich ice than the old model allowed. The new research suggests that instead of the small rocky core surrounded by massive oceans of ice, the rocky material might be distributed much more broadly, potentially making up to 20 to 40% of their total mass. We are talking about an enlarged rocky core and a dominant solid interior. This challenges the traditional view of these planets as gas dominated or primarily fluid dominated. In business we often talk about strategic liberation and the global shift. This discovery is a strategic liberation for planetary science. It frees us from an old, potentially incorrect framework. Just as generative AI has flipped the pyramid in the tech industry, the rocky theory flipped our understanding of the planetary formation. If the Uranus and Neptune are rocky, then the new space race, which is already heating up around the moon's south pole, might eventually extend even further as we look into the valuable materials in the outer solar system. So as we look towards 2026 and beyond, the focus is shifting from just passing exams to a skill-based revolution. In astronomy, that means moving beyond old labels and embracing the complex reality of our universe. Whether it is the direct collapse of a star or a rocky heart of an ice giant, we are living in an era of unprecedented discovery. So friends, this is something that we have learned. Thanks for joining today on the Akulmach world. And if you found this deep dive into cosmos and strategic redefinition of the planet, and if you found this helpful, don't forget to like and subscribe our channel. I'm CK and I will see you again in the next one. Before I go, a few words about our affiliate partners. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's
Friends, we all know that the stars, when they run out of their fuel, explodes into a supernova, especially the kind of star which are much larger than sun. They have to be larger than sun in order to become a supernova. However, there are certain stars which don't simply explode. They turn into a hot blowtorch. And this is a very specific phenomena. And to understand this type of supernova, we will take a deep dive into high energy astrophysics, and we will examine this phenomena which is known as hotter than hell, also known in scientific term as the fast blue optical transient, and also known as the blue death. What is this phenomena? Let us explore this further.
Friends, in the vacuum of space, color is a liar. We have been taught from childhood that the red means hot and the blue means cool. Think of your kitchen faucet. But in the realm of high energy astrophysics, the universe flipped the script. Red is the color of dying ember, and blue is the color of cosmic blowtorch. But most stars end their lives in a predictable fiery explosion we call supernova. They expand, they glow red or orange, and they fade over months. But recently we have discovered something that defies this particular rule. A class of explosion so fast, so bright, and so intensely blue that they have earned a terrifying nickname, which is fast blue optical transient, or FBOT. So we call them FBOTs. Today we are diving into the hotter than hell physics of blue stellar deaths. We aren't just talking about big explosions, we're talking about the most violent thermal events since the Big Bang. Well, friends, if you've reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand why a blue death is so significant, we have to talk about Wien displacement law. In simple terms, the hotter an object is, the shorter the wavelength of the light it emits. A standard supernova might reach temperature of 10,000 to 20,000 Kelvin. That put them firmly in the visible white to yellow range. But these blue transient, they are screaming at a temperature exceeding 40,000 Kelvin, and in some cases hitting hundreds of thousands of degrees in their initial movements. When a star dies blue, it is telling that the energy density is off the chart. It is not just emitting light, it is emitting high frequency, high energy photons that sit right on the edge of the ultraviolet and X-ray spectrum. The question is, what kind of star has enough fuel to die this spectacularly? You can't get a blue explosion from a boring star like our sun. For a hotter than hell exit, you need a Wolf-Rayet star. These are the heavyweight of the galaxy. Stars that started out at 20 or 30 times the mass of sun, but has already blown off their outer layers of hydrogen. What is left is naked exposed core of helium, carbon and oxygen burning with a ferocity that is hard to visualize. Because they have lost their cushion of hydrogen, when the core collapses, there is nothing to slow down the shock wave. It is like an engine exploding without a hood. The energy hits the vacuum of space instantly. This lack of an outer envelope is the first ingredient in the recipe for the fast blue optical transient. For a long time, these were just theoretical. Then came a phenomenon known as AT2018 COW, which is cow, AT2018 cow. Astronomers affectionately called it the cow because of its random letter designation. But there was nothing gentle about it. The cow was 10 to 100 times brighter than the normal supernova, and it reached its peak brightness in just 3 days. A typical supernova takes weeks to ramp up. The cow didn't just explode, it flashed. What shocked scientists most was the blue signature. It stayed hot for far too long. According to the standard physics, it should have cooled down as the debris expanded. Instead, it was as if there was a central engine, a hidden furnace inside the wreckage, pumping out fresh energy and keeping the temperature at a blistering blue hot level. So what is that central engine? Physicists currently have two main theories for how these blue deaths occur. Imagine the core collapse. It is so massive that it skips the explosion phase and goes straight into a black hole. As the rest of the star tries to fall into the black hole, it creates a massive traffic jam called accretion disk. This disk spins so fast and gets so hot, it launches a jet of plasma through the star's, whatever the star remains, and nearly at the speed of light. That jet is blue light we see. In this version, the core collapses into a magnetar, a neutron star with a magnetic field trillion times stronger than the Earth's, spinning hundred of time per second. This magnetic whirling injects a colossal amount of kinetic energy into the explosion, acting like a cosmic microwave that keeps the debris cloud at blue hot temperature. So why do we spend millions of dollars on these expensive telescopes to find these blue blips? Because they are the laboratories of the extreme. FBOTs allow us to watch the birth of black holes and magnetars in real time. Usually we find these objects millions of years after they were formed. With blue stellar death, we are seeing the first cry of a new celestial monster. They also act as the cosmic flashlights because they are so bright. They illuminate the gas and dust in distant galaxies, helping us map the cosmic web that holds the universe together. Every time we catch a blue flash, we are refining our understanding of how matter behaves under the most extreme gravity and heat possible. The universe is a violent place, but there is a strange beauty in its destruction. A blue stellar death is the ultimate paradox. A star that has run out of life yet shines with more intensity than billion suns combined. It's a final defiant scream across the vacuum. Next time, when you look up at a clear night sky, remember that twinkling white stars are just the beginning. Out there in the deep dark, something is turning blue, breaking the laws of physics and providing that something truly are hotter than hell. So, thanks for watching, thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this deep dive into physics of the cosmos, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Until next time, keep looking up. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In 2026, as humanity navigates in an era defined by artificial intelligence, quantum computing and digital economics, it is striking to realize that most advanced systems will rest upon the foundation laid nearly 1400 years ago by Brahmagupta. His recognition of zero as a number, his rules for negative values, his algebraic formulations are not a relic of antiquity, but living principle embedded in every algorithm, blockchain and ledger and machine learning model today. When we speak of data science and or when we speak of coding language that drives modern innovations, we are echoing Brahmagupta's vision of mathematics as a universal language, now capable of describing both void and infinite.
So, in the world where the billions of calculation occur every second, Brahmagupta's insight actually remind us that the progress is always built upon the courage of pioneers who dare to redefine the possible.
Hello friends, did you know that NASA is officially moving beyond the chemical rockets? In this video, we dive deep into the revolutionary nuclear thermal propulsion (NTP) technology that is set to slash travel time to red planet. Imagine a future where Mars isn't a grueling 7 months journey, but a weekend trip in comparison to everything we have known about the space exploration. Let us explore this further. So for 60 years, we have been stuck. Every time we look at Mars, we are staring at a 7 to 9 months commute between Earth and Mars. That isn't just a long time; it is dangerous time. Every day, every day in deep space is another day of the cosmic radiation, muscle atrophy, and the psychological toll of the isolation. But what if we could break that speed limit of space travel? What if we could treat the journey to the red planet not in months, not in years, but in few days, right? Like a weekend trip in comparison to the current tech. NASA has just officially crossed the Rubicon with the announcement of SR1 Freedom and a roadmap of 2028. The era of chemical rocket is ending. Today we are looking at the nuclear engine that are finally turning science fiction into an interplanetary reality. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, moving on. To understand the future, we have to look at why we cannot reach at this point in time, and currently why it is slow. Our best rockets today are chemical combustion. We all know that liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. They are very powerful, but they are incredibly inefficient. Think of it like this. A chemical rocket is like a high performance dragster. It's a massive oomph at the start, but it burns through its fuel in minutes. Once you are in orbit, you are basically a glider. By switching to nuclear, we aren't just adding more fuel, we are doubling the energy we get out of every gram of the propellant. So how does a nuclear engine actually works? Unlike the nuclear power in a plant on Earth basically that makes electricity, a nuclear thermal rocket NTR is much more direct, and it has several components starting with core. We have a compact fission reactor using high assay low enriched uranium, right? And it then create energy, which then send it to the nozzle, etc. And therefore we have to talk about the propellant. We pump the liquid hydrogen through the white hot core reactor, and then it basically comes out of the other side at very high speed. So now we have to talk about expansion. In less than a second, the hydrogen goes from minus 420 degrees Fahrenheit to 5000 degrees Fahrenheit, which then creates a huge thrust. So now let's talk about this thrust. The superheated gas screams out of the nozzle at a speed no chemical fire could ever reach. This is the holy grail of the propulsion. It gives us the high thrust of a rocket with a very long-term efficiency of an electric drive. We are currently in the pivotal year. As of April 2026, the design is right now on the drawing table. However, there is a roadmap, and that is June 2026. The final hardware development begins, and the mission will be SR1. It's a design as a nuclear electric hybrid. It uses the reactor to generate massive amount of electricity, powering high efficiency thruster to basically increase the speed, and it can run for months. It can go for very long time. And what is the goal? The goal is a direct Mars mission capability by 2028. This isn't just a lab experiment anymore. We are building the flight hardware right now. So when we say weekend trip, we are talking about relative transit time. By cutting the journey to Mars from 250 days down to 100 or even 60 days, we solve the two biggest threats to human life. Number one is radiation. Less time spent in the void, which is open space, lower the dose of the solar particles or any cosmic radiation. Number two is the abort capability. Nuclear engines allow us to turn around or change course. Well, in a chemical rocket, once you are on your path, you are committed. Nuclear gives the pilot a steering wheel. Our multi-planetary future, which is to the stars, will have, will always remain a dream if we do not have faster mode of transport. We just don't have the engine to reach them. Why, right? So if we want to go to other worlds, other stars, we need faster mode of transport. So with the breakthrough that we are going to see in 2026, the gap between Earth and Mars is finally closing. We are no longer limited by how much fire we can make. We are now limited only by our ambition to explore. So friends, we have come to the end of our discussion today. My name is CK and you are watching Akulmach. And if you want to stay on the cutting edge of the Artemis era and the nuclear revolution, hit that subscribe button, and the future is arriving faster than you think. So before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Long before forests rustled with the leaves and vertebrates carved their path across the continent, the earth was a silent stage of stone and shallow seas. Into this barren expanse creep the first arthropods, segmented, many legs being, and whose fossilized remain now tells a story of audacity and survival. Among them, the ancestor of centipedes became unlikely trailblazer, and their armored bodies and jointed limbs carried them from water's edge onto the unclaimed soil. So let's find out more. In the dim corridors of Earth's deep past, long before the forests shaded their continents or vertebrates roamed the land, the first arthropods began their tentative march from water to soil. Among them were the ancestors of centipedes, multi-segmented pioneers whose fossilized remains now whisper the story of one of the life's most daring conquests, the colonization of land. So the recent fossil discoveries exclusively preserved in ancient strata reveal that these creatures possessed adaptation for more mere survival. So hardened exoskeleton and shielded them from the desiccation. Jointed legs gave them mobility across uneven terrain, and the primitive respiratory system allowed them to draw oxygen from the thin atmosphere. So these were not just insects in waiting. They were the architects of ecological possibilities. By burrowing into soil and feeding on detritus, they began to shape terrestrial ecosystem, laying the groundwork for the complex food webs that would one day sustain forests, mammals, and ultimately humans. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. That will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, moving forward, the conquest of land by arthropods were more than a biological milestone. It was planetary transformation. With their arrival, the barren continents became animated landscape, and nutrients cycle accelerated, and organic matter decomposed more efficiently, and the soil itself became fertile. So, in essence, these early centipedes ancestors were the engineer of habitability, turning rock into earth. And if we think about 2026 and beyond, the resonance of their journey is striking. Humanity now stands at its own frontier of planetary conquest, the dream of colonizing Mars and beyond. So, just as arthropods once solved the puzzle of breathing air and resisting dryness, we grapple with the challenges of sustaining life in alien environment. The fossils remind us that the adaptation is not a single leap, but a series of ingenious solutions, and each one opening doors for future generations. Moreover, the study of these ancient pioneers inform us the modern science in an unexpected way. Their physiology offers clues about resilience of environmental stress and inspiring biometrics design in robotics or material science. In their ecological role underscores the importance of small, often overlooked organism into stabilizing ecosystem, a lesson critical as we confront or we are on the verge of biodiversity loss and climate change. In 2026, when discussions of planetary stewardship and dominance global forum, the centipede's ancestors became unlikely teachers. Remind us that survival hinges on cooperation with the environment, not the domination of it. So, looking beyond, the implication stretch into a philosophy. The fossil challenges our anthropomorphic narration into showing that the true trailblazer of terrestrial life were not mighty dinosaurs or towering trees, but a humble, many-legged arthropods. And their march onto land was a quiet revolution, one that redefines Earth's destiny. In the same way, our own steps into space may not be marked by grand gestures, but by small incremental innovation, and each as vital as the centipede's first breath of air. So thus the story of ancient centipede's ancestor is not confined to dusty rocks in a museum. It is a living a parable for our age, a reminder that the conquest of new worlds begin with the fragile experiments. That the resilience is born of adaptation, and that the smallest creature can leave the largest footprint on the history. As we move through 2026 and beyond, their legacy urges us to trend thoughtfully, to innovate boldly, and to recognize that every frontier, whether soil or star, and demands humility as much as ambition. So, the march of those many legged pioneers was not just a step into the soil, it was the first rehearsal of resilience. The earliest proof that life could reinvent itself to meet new frontiers. And in their quiet conquest, they transformed a barren stone into a fertile earth. And in doing so, they wrote the opening chapter of terrestrial history. As we stand in 2026, poised at our own threshold of planetary exploration, their legacy echoes across the time. Survival is born of adaptation. Progress is carved by persistence, and the smallest step can alter the destinies of the world. So the centipede's ancestors reminds us that every frontier, whether soil beneath our feet or the star above our head, demands humility and ingenuity and definitely a great amount of courage. So we have come to the end of this subject. I will look forward for your comments on this subject. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, can ancient wisdom solve the modern leadership crisis? In this executive training session, we dive deep into the Bhagavad Gita to explore the concept of transcendent leadership. The true leadership excellence isn't just about strategy, it's about being. Learn how to cultivate the vision of equality, a state of equanimity where decisions are made free from personal bias, ego, and favoritism. By mastering the divine impartiality, C-suite leaders can conquer the cycle of reactive management and establish a culture of trust, innovation, and sustainable success. Let us explore this further. In the modern C-suite, we are taught to be decisive. We are taught to be analytical. But how often are we taught to be equal? Every day, you face a storm of preferences. You have favorite projects, difficult stakeholders, and team members who either mirror your energy or drain it. This is the cycle of the corporate life. The constant swing between liking and disliking, winning and losing. But what if there are a third way? A way to lead from place so stable that the market volatility cannot shake your inner clarity. 7,000 years ago, Bhagavad Gita identified this state in chapter 5, verse 19, and it says, quote starts, "Even here in this world, they have conquered creation. Those whose minds are established in equality, since the eternal is defect-free and equal, they are established in the eternal." Quote close. Today we call this transcendent leadership. Now friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel, and also I will know who is watching and who is not. The words mention two critical words: equality and impartiality. In business context, impartiality is often taken for being cold or indifferent. That is a misconception. Divine impartiality is not about caring less, it's about seeing more. Most leaders see through a lens of utility. They ask, how is this person useful to me right now? This creates a fragmented organization built on transactional relationship. The transcendent leader, however, sees the eternal in everyone. They recognize that every employee, from the intern to the CFO, is a manifestation of the same underlying potential. When you lead with this vision, you stop reacting to people's personality and start responding to their potential. By being defect free like the eternal, you remove the defects of leadership and also remove biases, nepotism, and ego driven anger. You become the steady point in a turning world. The words claim these leaders have conquered creation. In the boardroom, creation is the project, the product launch, or the quarterly earnings. We usually live in a cycle of various things, starting with attachments, whether this project succeed or if not, then I will not feel successful, right? Next is fear. What if we fail? Third is reaction, micromanagement, or blame somebody else. So transcendental leadership breaks the cycle. When your mind is established in equality, you realize that your worth is not tied to the birth of a success or the death of the failure. Think about most respected leaders that you know, right? They are the ones who stay calm when the stock price drops and stay humble when it soars. They conquered their emotional cycles of the workplace. They are the transcendental leaders. They are actually living on a transcendental situation. They operate from a higher frequency where they can see the solution while everyone else is still panicked by the problem. So friends, how do you apply the verse 5.19 tomorrow morning? And I would like to suggest 3 pillars for you to basically implement this theory in practice, starting with 360-degree human view. That is the first thing that you need to change in your personality. So next time you are in a meeting, consciously look at the person you disagree with most. Remind yourself that their core essence is no different from yours. This doesn't mean that you agree with their strategy. It means you respect their presence. This dissolves hostility and opens the door to genuine negotiations. Second, decision making in the gap. So, that is the second change that you need to bring about. Between a stimulus and your response, there is a gap. Use that gap to ask, am I deciding based on the personal preference, or am I deciding based on the equal good of the organization? Third is relinquish I actor, which is, in other words, is ego. So Bhagavad Gita teaches that the leader is not the sole cause of success. You are a channel. When you share the quality of the divine, you share the credit, you share the wisdom, you share the burden as well. Verse 19 concludes by saying that those who master this equality are established in the eternal. For a leader, this is the ultimate competitive advantage. It is the transcendental situation, a state of high performance peace. You aren't just managing a company, you are mastering yourself. When you lead with impartiality, you don't just build a better business, you build a legacy of wisdom. You become a leader that people don't just follow because of a paycheck, but because your very presence brings clarity to their chaos. The challenge for you today is therefore is simple. Find one situation where you are biased and bring the light of equality to it. Conquer your inner world and you will inevitably conquer your professional one as well. So, friends, thank you for your presence and your leadership, and thanks for joining live with me. We have come to the end, but before I end, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Friends, the universe isn't just expanding, it is going somewhere. From the mysterious great attractor to the inevitable big freeze, where everything actually heading? That's a very big question that we want to address today. In this video, we trace the ultimate trajectory of every star, galaxy and atom in existence. Have you ever wondered about the final destination of the cosmos while we go about our daily lives? Our Milky Way galaxy is screaming through space at 2.2 million kilometers per hour. But where it is going, what is pulling it? Let us discuss this further.
नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है और हर रोज की तरह हम अपना जो दिन है उसकी शुरुआत करते हैं भगवान की पूजा करके। तो आज है बुधवार और आज तो गणेश जी की स्तुति बनता है, क्योंकि हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे गणेश जी की पूजा करके, क्योंकि आज का दिन उनको समर्पित है। तो बहुत ही सिंपल सा एक मंत्र हम 11 दफा पढ़ेंगे और आप तो जानते हैं कि हर रोज की तरह हम अपनी पूजा शुरू करते हैं और जो मंत्र है 11 दफा हमें थोड़ा सा सहायता मिले तो हम इस काउंटर को यूज करते हैं और इसमें ये बड़े आराम से हमें इसमें नंबर आ जाते हैं स्क्रीन के ऊपर, पता चल जाता है कि हमारे कितनी दफा हो गया है। तो आप कोई भी तरीका यूज कर सकते हैं, लेकिन सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट बात यह है कि हमारे साथ जुड़ें और हमारे साथ इस मंत्र का उच्चारण 11 दफा करें। इससे भगवान गणेश काफी खुश होते हैं। तो चलिए जी, हाथ जोड़ के हम नमन करते हैं और 11 दफा भगवान जी को याद करते हैं। ओम गण गण गणपते नमः, 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 ओम गण गण गणपते नमः। तो दोस्तों, हमारे 11 दफा जो स्तुति थी वो पूरी हो गई भगवान गणेश की। अब हम अपना दिन स्टार्ट करेंगे आराम से। भगवान की हमने पूजा कर ली है, तो चलिए अभी आपसे विदा लेता हूँ, लेकिन जल्दी ही मिलता हूँ दूसरे वीडियो में। कहीं मत जाइएगा।
Two dawns break across the alien sky, one blazing, one gentle, casting twin shadows that stretch into the unknown. What once lived only in the imagination of storytellers has now stepped into the telescope lens. 27 planet candidates orbiting not one but two suns. And these worlds, simmering like echoes of Star Wars Tatooine, are no longer fiction but cosmic invitation. They whisper of future double horizon, and where every sunrise is a duet and every settlement a testament to our courage to thrive in the extraordinary. So let's find out more about this. Imagine standing on alien soil, the horizon painted not by one dawn but two. The first sun rises in a blaze of gold and the second follows in a softer hue, casting shadow that dance in pair. And this is not the realm of myth or cinema. It is a reality hinted by astronomers who have uncovered 27 planet candidates orbiting binary stars. World of twin sun echoing the dreamscape of Star Wars Tatooine now stepped into the realm of science. For humanity, these discoveries are more than curiosities. They are invitation. Each planet circling two suns represent a lab of survival, a crucible where the light, gravity, and the climate conspire in an unfamiliar way. The future of human settlement may well depend on our ability to adapt to such extreme. Binary system challenge our engineering, our biology, and our imagination. How do we build the home where the daylight never truly ends, or where the nights are fractured by competing lunar rhythms? How do the crop grow under two suns and their photosynthesis tuned in a spectrum broader than Earth? So these are the questions that are obstacle, and if you feel they're obstacle, that is up to you. But for scientists and somebody who is inclined to new discoveries, these questions are not obstacles, but they are seed of innovation. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine our channel. So moving forward, the dual suns offer paradoxical gift. On one hand, these gravitational tug-of-war can destabilize orbits, making climate volatile. On the other hand, their combined energy could sustain habitable zone wider than those around solitary stars. A planet worn by two suns might host desert of dazzling brilliance, ocean simmering under perpetual twilights, or forests that evolve pigment unknown to Earth. For settlers, survival would mean harnessing these abundance. Solar array tuned to twin frequencies, agriculture adapted to relentless light, and architecture designed to shield the channel heat. So, but beyond the survival lies culture. Imagine the myth born under binary skies. Children raised to see two dawns as a symbol of resilience. Poet describing love as a dance of twin flames. And scientists charting calendar by rhythm of dual eclipse. So human settlement is not only about biology, it is about meaning. And these words promises meaning in abundance. The discovery of 27 such candidates is a reminder that our galaxy is not uniform. It is diverse, it is unpredictable and generous. Each binary system is a stage where the humanity might rehearse its next act. Colonies under twin suns could become outposts of resilience, teaching us to thrive in the condition once thought to be impossible. They could serve as a way station for a deeper journey, stepping stones and towards galactical citizenship. The future of the settlement among the twin suns is not guaranteed. It is earned. So it actually will demand technologies that tame chaos, philosophies that embrace duality, and courage that sees opportunities in strangeness. So, yet the history shows that humanity thrives when the challenged, and from desert to poles, from oceans to orbit, we have always actually turned the unfamiliar into the home. So, and as the telescope unveil these twin sun world, humanity stands at the threshold of possibilities. That the double dawn are not just a spectacle of light; they are symbol of resilience, of future where we learn to thrive in the extraordinary. Each of these 27 planets is a reminder that the universe is vast, generous, and waiting. To settle beneath two sun is to embrace duality, to craft a new myth, and to prove that our spirit is as boundless as the sky we seek. The twin horizon rise, and with them the promise of civilization, unafraid to call the impossible as home. So we have come to the end of this information, this video. Look forward for your comments, and thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, NASA just revealed its next generation high performance space flight computing HPSC processor, a tiny system on a chip that operates nearly 500 times faster than the current space flight computers. Testing at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory JPL proves that the radiation hardened chip could completely eliminate delayed commands from mission control, allowing future rovers and deep space probe to think, navigate and troubleshoot entirely on their own. Therefore, this is very significant, and in this video we break down how this revolutionary AI chip works, how it survives the brutal radiation of deep space, and what this means for upcoming crewed and robotic missions to the moon, Mars and beyond. Let's go. Imagine you're driving a car down a busy highway, but there is a catch. Every time you turn the steering wheel or step on the brakes, it takes 20 minutes for a car to actually react. Sounds like a total nightmare, right? Well, that is exactly how NASA has to drive every single rover, probe, and spacecraft currently exploring our solar system. Because of the staggering distance in deep space, radio signal traveling at the speed of light can take anywhere from few minutes to several hours to travel from Earth to place like Mars or Jupiter, and then any other beyond Jupiter, few hours to get a response back. If a rover encounters a sudden hazard like crumbling ledge or an unexpected dust storm, it can't wait for ground control to tell it what to do. It has to stop, shut down, and go into a protective, safe mode, waiting hours or days for humans to fix the problem. But in May 2026, NASA announces a breakthrough that will challenge the rules of space exploration forever. They have officially built and begun testing a revolutionary new brain for the spacecraft, a tiny microchip that allows deep space probe to finally think, react, and navigate entirely for themselves. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's continue. To understand how massive this upgrade is, we first need to look at the dirty little secrets in the space industry. Space computers are surprisingly ancient. The smartphone in your pocket right now is exponentially faster and much more powerful than many computers on board NASA's most advanced rovers. Why? Because the consumer electronics on Earth don't have to survive a bombardment of high energy cosmic radiation or extreme temperature swing that would instantly fry a standard silicon chip. Space agencies have historically chosen safety and rugged reliability over raw processing speed, but space exploration has reached a bottleneck. Future missions to navigate subterranean caves on Mars or to plunge through icy plumes of Europa requires intense real-time data processing that old chips simply cannot handle. Enter the HPSC, which stands for High Performance Space Flight Computing. Developed through a landmark commercial partnership between NASA, Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and Microchip Technology Inc., this processor is a marvel of engineering. It's a system on a chip, or SoC, meaning it packs an entire computer worth of central processing unit, memory, controller, advanced networking units, and computational accelerator onto a single piece of silicon that fit right into the palm of your hand. And the performance numbers, what are the performance numbers? They are absolutely staggering. Preliminary tests show that the HPSC processor provides over 100 times the total computational capacity of the current space flight computers. But even wilder, in specific operating scenarios, its peak performance bursts up to 500 times faster than the radiation hardened chip in use today. So how does this works, and how did they do it? How did they build a chip that's this fast, doesn't melt in deep space? First, the HPSC is built on an open source 64-bit RISC-V architecture, which is RISC number 5 architecture, featuring a 10-core multi-processing system. Unlike the older single-core space chips that had to handle every instructions one by one, this multi-core system can delegate tasks. But space has another massive constraint, which is power. On a distant moon or out past Saturn, solar power is nearly non-existent, and every single watt of electricity from spacecraft's nuclear battery is very precious. The HPSC handles this with unprecedented flexibility. It features a dynamic
granular power management architecture. If a spacecraft is just quietly coasting through deep space for a few months, operator can algo turn off the sections of the chip that aren't being used, dropping it into a ultra low power mode. But the second the spacecraft prepared to execute a complex high stake landing on a distant planet, the chip instantly powers up all its cores to process mountains of sensor data on the fly. Furthermore, it is designed from the ground up to be a fault tolerant and radiation hardened. High energy solar particles can randomly flip bits in computer's memory, causing critical code to crash. HPSC has built in hardware level error handling and a full defense grade security suite. It can detect a radiation induced error, correct the corrupted data in real time, and keep running without missing a beat, all the while being millions of miles away from the nearest repair technician. Now let's talk about this what this actually enables. Why does a spacecraft need a 500 times speed boost? It all comes down to autonomy and on-board artificial intelligence. With this kind of processing muscle, a spacecraft doesn't just record data to send back to Earth. It will analyze it locally. Imagine a future rover exploring Mars. Instead of waiting for a human team on Earth to map out a safe 30-foot path of the day, HPSC powered rover can use its onboard camera to build a real-time 3D map of its surrounding, run advanced object classification algorithms, spot its own hazards, and safely drive miles a day completely on its own. Think about autonomous landing sequence. Landing on a body with an atmosphere or an unpredictable surface is often called the 7 minutes of terror. The spacecraft has to fire thrusters, deploy parachutes, and scan the ground for boulders, all in real time. HPSC allows integrated AI algorithms to process high fidelity sensors data instantly, making split second adjustment to land precisely on the target. This opens up a whole new class of missions. We can now confidently send intelligent vehicles into places where real-time human control is literally impossible, like flying automated helicopters through alien atmospheres, traversing dark subterranean caves, or deploying autonomous submarines beneath the icy Jupiter's moon Europa to look for alien life. This isn't just theoretical science or any fiction anymore. Right now, this chip is a reality. It's being put through absolute rigor. At NASA's JPL in California, engineers are conducting rigorous functional test campaigns. They started, back in February, blasting the chip with extreme thermal shocks, violent vibrations to simulate rocket launches, and intense electromagnetic radiation. To kick off the test phase, the teams programmed a tiny symbolic message into the processor. Hello universe, a clever, grander nod to the classic hello world program every software engineer writes. And so far, the chip has passed every single test with flying colors, proving that it functions flawlessly exactly as designed. But NASA and the microchip technology have an even broader vision. Because this architecture is highly flexible, it isn't going to stay confined to deep space. Microchip is planning to adapt the core technology of HPSC processor for high demand mission critical industries right here on Earth. We are talking about next generation commercial aviation autopilot systems, smart energy grid that can dynamically reroute power during natural disasters, advanced medical equipment, automated manufacturing, and localized industrial AI robotics.
It's another classical example of how investing in space technology radically accelerates innovation for everyday life on Earth. Once the testing phase wraps up and the HPSC chip is officially certified as space qualified, NASA plans to weave this hardware into practically everything they launch. It will power next generation Earth orbiting satellites, upcoming planetary rovers, autonomous deep space probes, and even the crewed habitat and life support system for the Artemis astronauts heading back to the moon, eventually onwards to Mars. We are standing on a precipice of a new golden age of exploration, an era where humanity's robotic scouts aren't just remote controlled tools tethered to a sluggish radio wave, but independent, intelligent explorers capable of uncovering mysteries of the cosmos entirely on their own. So, friends, what do you think? Would you trust an AI powered spacecraft to safely land astronauts on Mars without human input? Let me know in the comments below. And if you enjoyed this deep dive into the future of space tech, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and turn on all the notifications so you never miss another breakthrough that we bring to you. Thanks for watching, and I will see you very soon in the next video, my friends. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, the month was June, year was 2024. NASA's Curiosity rover accidentally crushed a rock in the Gale crater on Mars, revealing something scientists never expected, and that was pure elemental sulfur. While sulfur is common on Mars in compounds, finding it in its native form has a massive implication, not just for Martian geology, but for how we understand the resource scarcity on Earth. Let us go and discuss this further. Nearly 2 years ago, in month of June, NASA Curiosity rover was doing what it does best, exploring the channels in the Gale crater. It was just another day on the red planet until the rover 6-ton frame rolled over a seemingly ordinary rock. The rock cracked, but instead of a usual red dust, Curiosity camera sent back something that made scientists at NASA jump out of their seats. Inside the shattered stone was a cluster of bright yellow crystals, pure elemental sulfur. Now you might be thinking, so what? We have sulfur on Earth. But here is the thing. While Mars is covered in sulfates, which is sulfur mixed with other elements, scientists had never seen a pure sulfur on the planet before. It wasn't supposed to be there. This discovery was a geological impossible find. But while the scientists are geeking out over the chemistry, energy analysts back on Earth starting doing a different kind of math. Because right now in 2026, sulfur isn't just a yellow rock. It has become one of the most critical material for the future of our planet's energy. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's proceed further. To understand why a rock on Mars matters to your power bill, we have to look at what's happening on Earth right now. Well, there is a global crisis, especially in 2026, especially related to sulfur. For decades, we took sulfur for granted. On Earth, we didn't mine sulfur directly anymore. We get it as a byproduct of refining oil and natural gas. But as the world shifts towards green energy, we are refining less fossil fuel. At the same time, demand is skyrocketing. In early 2026, we hit a triple supply shock. Number one, Middle East conflict. Blockades in the Strait of Hormuz have cut off 45% of the world's seaborne sulfur trade. Number two, export bans. Major producers like Russia, China, and Turkey have extended export bans to protect their own domestic supply. Number three, the price spike. In just the last few months, sulfur price have surged by nearly 40% in the US and over 70% in some of the Asian markets. In Indonesia and in the DRC, the cost to process the metal we need for batteries has now nearly doubled because sulfur, specifically sulfuric acid, has become so expensive. We are in a structural bull market for sulfur that most people didn't see coming. This is where the Martian discovery gets interesting. Why do we need so much sulfur? It's not just for the fertilizers anymore. It's for the holy grail of energy storage, which is lithium sulfur batteries, LIS. The standard lithium ion battery are great, but they are reaching their physical limits. LIS batteries, which is lithium sulfate, however, are the next frontier. They can potentially hold 5 times more energy than the batteries in your phone or Tesla today. NASA themselves have been developing these for Mars mission because they are lighter and much more powerful. But there is a catch to making these batteries at a global scale. We need massive, stable supply of highly purified sulfur. And right now, Earth supply is shrinking just as the battery demand is accelerating with dual engines. When Curiosity found a literal field of pure sulfur on Mars, it proved that the universe can create massive concentrated deposits of this material without the need for the biological life or petroleum-based refining. Now, I'm not saying that we are going to start shipping sulfur back from Mars tomorrow. The shipping cost would be astronomical. But the discovery changes the Martian economy. If humans are going to live on Mars, we need in situ resource utilization, or ISRU. This means using what's already there. Before this find, we thought that we had to bring sulfur from Earth or go through a complex chemical processing to get it to what we needed. Now we know there are literal piles of yellow gold just sitting on the surface. For batteries, we could build energy storage on Mars using local materials. For rocket fuel, sulfur can be a key component in chemical processing. For agriculture, Martian greenhouses will need sulfur-based fertilizers to grow food. This discovery effectively de-risks the cost of human expansion. It turns Mars from a scientific curiosity into a viable industrial outpost. So how does the Curiosity sulfur find shake Earth market? It serves as a massive wake-up call.
It reminds us that the sulfur is no longer just a byproduct or a waste material. It is now a critical energy material. The fact that NASA is finding pure sulfur on another planet while we are struggling with sulfur squeeze here on Earth highlights a massive shift in our global economy. Companies are no longer looking at sulfur as a cost item. They are looking at it as an investment item. We are seeing a move towards solid state batteries and recycling technologies that treat sulfur as a precious resource. Curiosity's happy accident in Gale crater isn't just a win for geology. It is a glimpse into future where the resources of the red planet might just be the blueprint for the survival of the green planet. The next time you look at the Mars, don't just see a desert, see a laboratory, see as a mine, and see the fuel for the next century of human progress. I'm CK. Thanks for watching. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, let me ask you, is your business trapped in a cycle of short-term wins that are secretly setting you up for a failure? If yes, then you have reached the right place. In this video, we break down a powerful 7,000-year-old leadership lesson from Bhagavad Gita that perfectly explains why successful companies suddenly go bankrupt. Many modern CEOs, business leaders, fall into the trap of chasing fleeting matrices, quarterly profit, temporary market hypes, and quick wins. But just as the Gita warns that exhausting your pity sends you back to the mortal realm, relying entirely on the past successes without continuous learning and innovation will drag your business back to square one. How this works, how this Bhagavad Gita verse help us, let's find out. Imagine this, your company just had its biggest quarter in history. Sales are through the roof, your stock prices is at all-time high, and you as a CEO are holding a trophy at an industry award gala. You are winning. But what if I told you that this exact moment of victory is the most dangerous moment of the entire career, of your entire career? What if I told you that the very mechanism behind your current success are quietly engineering your future bankruptcy? It sounds like paradox, but it happens every single day in the corporate world. We watch industry titans dominate a market only to vanish into irrelevance a few years later.
Think of Nokia in 2007. Think of Blockbuster, BlackBerry, or even Kodak. They weren't losing their downfall when the downfall began. They were actually winning. To understand why winning is so dangerous, we need to look at the modern economic textbook. We need to look back, 7,000 years ago on a battlefield. In Bhagavad Gita, chapter 9, verse 21, there is a profound psychological and strategic blueprint that explains exactly why successful entities collapses. Today, we are going to decode this timeless verse and look at the ultimate trap waiting for modern CEOs. So friends, if you've reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you're watching this video. This will help us determine who's actually watching the entire video and who's not. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's look at the verse itself. The text states, and the quote starts, when they exhaust their piety, they return to planet of mortals. The Vedic rituals can give you only so much of fleeting pleasures, followed by entanglement in the cycle of life and death again and again. And the quote close. Now, if you look at this purely through a religious or spiritual lens, it's talking about karma and afterlife. It describes people who perform good deeds and rituals to enter Swarga, the heavenly realm. They enjoy immense god-like pleasures, but there is a catch. Those pleasures are finite. The moment their pious merits runs out, they are instantly dropped right back to earth, trapped in a grueling cycle of life and death. But let's translate this into modern corporate language now, so that it makes sense for us. In business, piety or the merit is your competitive advantage. It's your breakthrough product, your brilliant initial strategy, or a favorable market trend. Vedic rituals are standard corporate processes. Your quarterly meetings, your recurring marketing campaigns, your traditional sales funnels, the structure that worked for you in the past. And the fleeting pleasures, what are those? That's your short-term revenue, your high profit margins, and your soaring valuation. Bhagavad Gita is giving us stark warning about expiration date of success. It tells us that no matter how high you fly on the merit of your past actions, that merit is a bank account that eventually hits zero. If you rely solely on your established corporate rituals without generating new value, you will exhaust your merit and crash straight back to the mortal realm, which in business means stagnation, disruption, and ultimate bankruptcy. Let's talk about how a CEO unknowingly exhausts their piety on Wall Street or in their startup ecosystem. When their company achieves product market fit, it experiences a massive rush of growth. Money pours in, the board is happy, the CEO feels invincible. This is the business equivalent of entering the heavenly realm. But this success creates a dangerous psychological trap, which is complacency disguised as efficiency. Instead of continuing to innovate, explore, and learn, the company shifts all its energy into protecting when it's already whatever it has. The CEO starts focusing entirely on executing the same old rituals. They optimize the supply chain by 2%. They squeeze another 1% out of marketing budget, and they repeat the exact formula that brought them here. They mistake operational efficiency for strategic longevity. Look at Nokia. In mid 2000s, they had a mountain of pious merit. They owned over 40% of the global mobile phone market. Their internal rituals, their hardware engineering and manufacturing pipeline were flawless. But while they were enjoying the fleeting pleasures of massive quarterly profits, the underlying landscape shifted. The iPhone arrived. Operating system changed from physical keypads to software ecosystem. Nokia past merit ran out faster than they could adapt. They hadn't invested in learning how to build a world-class software platform. Within a few short years, they returned to the planet of mortals. Their market share plummeted to near zero. They didn't fall because they stopped working hard. They failed because they kept performing the rituals of a world that no longer existed. The second part of the verse warns you of being entangled in the cycle of life and death again and again. In the corporate world, this is what I call the karmic loop of business. When a company relies entirely on a short term win, it becomes trapped in a frantic reactionary cycle. It looks like this: you experience a drop in sales because your product is getting outdated. How do you respond? Instead of fundamentally learning, innovating, and redesigning your strategy, you look for a quick fix, a corporate ritual. And you launch a massive discount campaign, or you cut cost by laying off staff to make quarterly balance sheet looks good. Boom, your number spikes up temporarily, you feel fleeting sense of pleasure, etc., etc. But because you didn't fix the root cause, your lack of innovation and learning, the numbers drop again a few months later. So what do? You repeat the cycle once more. More discounts, more cost cutting, more short term tricks, right? This is a treadmill of corporate survival. You are running as fast as you can just to stay in the exact same place, burning through your resources until finally you hit a wall, the market shifts permanently, your tricks stop working, and the business goes bankrupt. True leadership requires breaking free from the loop. It requires realizing that hitting this quarter's target is not the guarantee of the next year's survival. So, how does a modern CEO prevent their business from bankrupting itself during a winning streak? How do you stop your corporate piety from running out? The answer lies in shifting your mindset from exploitation to exploration. Unlock your infinite growth, which means understanding that your current success is merely a runaway. It's a buffer of time and capital given to you for one primary purpose: to fund your learning for the future. As a leader, you must never let your organization's capacity to execute outpace its capacity to learn. Dedicate a portion of your win not just to dividend or to stock buyback, but to relentless research and development. Build a corporate culture where questioning your own success is rewarded. Constantly ask your leadership team, what are the Vedic rituals we are performing out of habit that will become obsolete in 3 years? Bhagavad Gita reminds us that the temporary rewards are an illusion. In the world of business, if you are only playing for the next quarter, you are playing a finite game that has guaranteed end date. Don't let your current victories blind you. Treat your success not as a destination to rest in, but as a resource to burn as you build the future. Stop chasing the fleeting pleasures of short-term metrics. Break free from the corporate loop and invest heavily in the continuous learning. And that is how you take a business from temporary mortal success and make it truly immortal. So friends, if you have any questions, feel free to send it across. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. If this timeless insight changed the way you view your current business strategy, hit the like button, share it with your fellow leaders, and subscribe for more deep dive into ancient wisdom for the modern executive. And let me know in the comments below, what is one corporate ritual your company needs to rethink today. So I will see you in the next video. But before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. and these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now,
In the boundless silence of space where the radiation lashes like an invisible storm and the vacuum strips away every trace of comfort, one would expect life to flutter. Yet, against all odds, tiny fungal spores have endured, and their survival is more than a scientific curiosity. It is a defiant proclamation that biology is tougher than we have imagined. Clothed in a melanin armor, suspended in metabolic stillness, these microscopic voyagers cling to existence in the most hostile frontier known to mankind. So let's find out more about this. In the cold silence beyond Earth's protective atmosphere, where the radiation storm rages and temperatures plummet, life is not expected to endure. Yet, in the recent experiment, which have revealed a startling resilience, certain fungi, hardy and unyielding, have survived prolonged exposure to deep space condition, and their survival challenges our assumption about the fragility of biology and raises profound questions about possibility of microbial hitchhikers journeying to the Mars. So scientists have placed spores of extramophilic fungi aboard orbital platform, exposing them to the cosmic radiation, vacuum, and the relentless cycle of solar flares. So months later, when these were retrieved and examined, many spores remained viable, and their cell wall, rich in melanin, acted as a shield against the radiation, while their metabolic dormancy allowed them to endure starvation and desiccations. So what seems like a death sentence become a testament to evolutionary ingenuity. So these organisms born in shadow of Earth's ecosystem proved capable of weathering the hardest frontier. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are watching us and which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, the implication of ripple outward. So if the fungi can survive the journey, so too might bacteria or other microbes. And these raises a specter of forward contamination, the accidental transport of Earth's life to the Mars. A single resilient spore nested in the crevice of spacecraft could seed alien soil, and implication the search or implicating for indigenous Martian life. So the line between the discovery and contamination grows perilously thin. For planetary protection agencies, the survival of fungi is both a marvel and a warning. Yet there is another perspective, and that is we are talking about opportunity. If the fungi can endure space, they might one day serve as allies in colonization. And their ability to recycle nutrients, break down the waste, and even produce protective compound could make them invaluable partner for astronauts establishing habitats on Mars. Imagine fungal bioreactors converting Martian logit into fertile soil, or shielding domes infused with melanin to observe the radiation. So, what begins as a survival experiment could evolve into a cornerstone of extraterrestrial agriculture and medicine. The survival of fungi also touches on the deeper philosophical questions, and that is life. And it seems it is like a fragile frame, easily extinguished, but can the strong force that can cling to existence wherever it can. So the cosmos, the vast and indifferent, it may be, but it not empty with the possibilities. And each spore that endures in the orbit whispers of resilience, of stubborn refusal of biology to yield. In their microscopic triumph, the fungi remind us that life is not confined to Earth. It is a universal experiment, always probing the boundaries of possibilities. As humanity prepares for Mars mission, these fungal survivors stand as both cautionary tale and the beacon of hope. They warn us that the thread of this survival, we have to actually deal with careful insight, and least we overwrite Martian biology with our own. But they also inspire us to imagine a future where Earth's smallest organism help us to thrive on very distinct world, and in quite endurance of these spores drifting through space, we glimpse the persistence of life itself, unyielding, adaptable, and forever reaching to new horizon, new boundaries. In the quiet resilience of these spores drifting unbroken through the cosmic abyss, we glimpse a truth larger than any single experiment. Life is not fragile, but defined. The fungi that endures in the deep space remind us that the biology is a force that adapts, persists, and seeks footholds even in the most hostile realm. As humanity prepares to step into the Mars, their survival is both a warning and a promise. Warning us to guard against the contamination, yet promising that life itself may be our greatest ally in the journey beyond Earth. So, in the void where the silence resigns, the spores whisper, a timeless refrain. A life refuses to die, and it is a refusal, it is a carrier that the seeds of tomorrow's world. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching this, and we look forward for your comment. At the same time, we request you to subscribe our channel. See you in the next, but before we go further, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. and also it has a civil base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Before, laboratories hummed with machines and satellite pierced the sky. India's rishis were quietly charting the frontiers of science, and seated in the forest and ashram, they observed the rhythm of nature, the mysteries of cosmos, and the intricacies of human body. What they recorded in hymns and trustees and philosophical dialogues were not mere spiritual musing, but a profound scientific insight. Astronomy woven into Vedic chants, mathematics hidden in poetic meters, and medicine encoded in Ayurvedic text. So in 2026, as artificial intelligence deciphers genomes and quantum computers stimulate universe, the breakthroughs of these the sages remind us that science is not only about the technology but about vision, and their legacy whispers across the centuries. Knowledge is timeless, and the discovery is as much about intuition as much about instruments. So today we are talking about Charak, who stands as a towering figure as a physician, philosopher, and scientist whose vision of health we practice even today. In the annals of ancient Indian wisdom, Charak stands as a towering figure, a physician, a philosopher, and a scientist whose vision of health transcends his era. Flourishing around 2nd century CE, Charak is credited with compiling the Charak Samhita, one of the foundational texts of Ayurveda. His work was not merely a manual of remedies, but a profound exploration of human body, mind, and environment. In 2026, the world is grapples with pandemics, lifestyle diseases, and ethical dilemmas of AI-driven healthcare. Charak's contribution resonate with renewed urgency. Charak's genius lay in the holistic approach. He emphasized that health was not an absence of disease, but the balance of body, mind, and spirit. His text described the three dosha theory, three kind of troubles which actually we face when we talk about health, and these theories based on these three aspects, that is Vat, Pith, and Kapha, as a governing principle of physiology. While the modern science interprets these biochemical and systematic terms, that underlying the insight remains striking. Health is dynamic equilibrium, but a static perfection. In an age where the precision medicine seeks to tailor treatment to individual genetics profile, Charak's insistence on personalized care feels remarkably persistent. Now, if you have reached this far in this video, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, going forward about Charak. So, equally significant was his focus on the preventive medicine. Charak advocated daily regime, that is what we call in Hindi dincharya, and of course the seasonal routine, that is ritucharya, and the dietary discipline as a pillar of well-being. He warned against overindulgence, which is very, very prevalent in some areas of our existence in some part of the world. Now, of course, stress, which is also very much here in 2026, and the neglect of nature's rhythm, very crucial aspect. In 2026, when non-communicable diseases like diabetes or hypertension dominates the global health, and that burdens and his preventive ethos aligned seamlessly with modern public health campaign. The idea that lifestyle is medicine is no longer radical, but it is mainstream, and Charak anticipated it nearly 2 millennia ago. Charak also advanced medical ethics. He insisted that physician embody compassion, humility, and discipline while treating patient as whole being rather than a case. So any patient is not a case, but it is like a whole human being. Now, in today's era of AI diagnostics and robotic surgery, his reminder that healing is a moral duty is invaluable. Technology may augment skills, but it cannot replace empathy. Charak's vision challenges us to ensure that science remains human-centered actually, and even as algorithm and machine reshape medicine. From scientific perspective, the Charak Samhita catalogs hundreds of medical plants, minerals, and formulation. Many of these are now subject of pharmacological research with compounds like turmeric cucum and neems as a directin gaining global recognition. Charak's meticulous documentation of therapeutic properties reflect an entirely spirited base, and as an early form of clinical observation and evidence gathering. So in 2026, as bio-prospecting and integrative medicine expand, his pharmacies and his documentation offers both inspiration and caution to honor the traditional knowledge while subjecting it to a rigorous validation. So Charak's relevance today extends beyond medicine but into a sustainability. He viewed a human as a inseparable from their environment, emphasizing harmony with nature. In an age of climate crisis, his ecological sensibility reminds us that health cannot be divorced from the planetary well-being. The pollution of air and water and soil is not merely an environmental issue, it is a medical one. And that is very crucial. And Charak's integrated world view offers the guidance for a healthier earth. Thus, the Charak's contribution are not a relic of the past but living principles. His insistence on balance, prevention, and ethics, plus with ecological harmony, speaks directly to the challenges of 2026. As medicine races ahead with genetics engineering and AI diagnostics, and of course the space medicine, Charak's voice urges caution and compassion. He reminds us that the ultimate goal of science is not conquest, but a care, not controlled, but balance. In the quiet wisdom of his verses, we find a compass of navigating complexities of modern health, a call to remember that healing is both art and science, and rooted in the respect of life itself. The legacies of India's Rishi is not confined to the past. It is a living current that flows into the present and beyond. Their insight and philosophy remind us that science is not only about instrument labs but also about vision, nutrition, and harmony with the nature. In 2026, as humanity stands at the crossroad of artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, and space exploration, the breakthrough of these sages echoes with a timeless relevance. They actually urges us to balance progress with wisdom, to pair innovation with ethics, and to see the knowledge not as a conquest but as a communication, as union with the universe. The rishis remind us that the discoveries of sacred act, and in their enduring voice we hear to call to carry science forward with humility, imagination, and respect for life itself. So we have come to the end of this live stream, and we look forward for your comments. Please like and subscribe our channel, and we look forward in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready, comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello, friends. All of us sometimes get this feeling that our technical expertise or our hustle hold us back from our true potential for the true leadership. Everybody gets this kind of a feeling. Therefore, we dive deep into the most powerful leadership secrets from Bhagavad Gita. In a verse where Lord Krishna, Bhagwan Krishna, tells Arjun, "O Arjun, be a yogi." But what does this mean for a modern CEO or an entrepreneur to be a yogi? Today, we are going to break down why the yogi, the leader with disciplined equanimity, consistently outperform the three most common type of executive. Let's go. In the modern corporate world, we are taught that to win, you must be a specialist. You must be the smartest person in the room, the hardest worker in the office, or the most disciplined follower of the playbook. We obsess over KPIs, data points, and 80-hour work week. But have you ever noticed that even the most brilliant specialists eventually hit a ceiling? They burn out. They get blindsided by market shifts. They lose their team. Why? Because they are missing what ancient wisdom calls the unfair advantage. Over 7,000 years ago, on a battlefield far removed from the modern glass-walled boardrooms, a guide named Bhagwan Krishna gave a piece of advice to a leader in crisis. That advice is found in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 46, and it says, quote starts, "The yogi is superior to the ascetic. He is deemed superior even to the man of knowledge, and he is superior to the man of ritual action. Therefore, O Arjun, be a yogi." Today, we are going to translate this ancient code into a roadmap for the 21st century leadership. We are going to explore why a yogi beats a specialist every single time. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Moving on, what are the different kinds of most common executives? First is aesthetic, which in Sanskrit known as tapasvi. In Gita, tapasvi is someone who practices extreme self-denial. In the corporate world, this is the grind culture CEO. They are the first one in and last one out. They sacrifice sleep, family, health. They believe that if they just suffer more than the competition, they will win. But Krishna warns us, sheer endurance without balance leads to a narrow vision. Number 2 is Jnani, which is the man of knowledge. This is the data-driven specialist, the CEO with Ivy League pedigree and the analytics mind that can spot a trend in a spreadsheet from miles away. They have the facts, but they often lack wisdom. They are paralyzed by the data if the data is missing, and they often struggle to connect with the human element of their business. Number 3 is Karmi, the man of ritual action. This is a process-driven executive. They live by SOPs. They believe that if the ritual of the business, which is the meeting, the reports, different kinds of pyramids, bell curve, if they are followed perfectly, success is guaranteed. But when the world changes, they are too rigid to pivot. Bhagwan Krishna says yogi is better than all three. Why? Because the yogi CEO is a leader who has mastered their inner environment. They don't just possess knowledge, they possess clarity. They don't just work hard, they work purposefully. They don't just follow process, they follow a vision. A yogi's unfair advantage is equanimity. Think about the last time your company faced a crisis. Did you react out of fear? Did you make desperate move based on a dip in the stock prices? A yogi CEO operates from the neutral center. They are not swayed by the high of massive profit or low of the market crash. While everyone else is reacting, the yogi is responding. This isn't about being passive, it's about being so internally grounded that your decision making becomes clinical, fast, and remarkably accurate. That is the definition of the competitive edge. There are several things we can actually discuss around this, but I want to be brief. And therefore, the first advice I want to give you is the cognitive flexibility. The specialist is a hammer, and to them, every problem looks like a nail. But a yogi isn't attached to one way of thinking because they aren't defined by their expertise. They can see the whole board, they can integrate the hard work of aesthetic and the data of Gyani and the process of karmi without being enslaved by any of them. Second is the emotional intelligence. The yogi understand that a business is just a collection of human beings. By mastering their own minds, they naturally become master of empathy. They can read the room, they can inspire a team during a pivot because they aren't projecting their own anxiety onto other subordinates. Third, sustainable high performance. The ascetic CEO eventually burns out. The yogi CEO understands the rhythm of action and reset. They operate with sense of detachment and therefore detached engagement. They care deeply about results, but they aren't consumed by them. This detachment actually allows them to perform better because they aren't choked by the fear of failure. So, how do we become a yogi CEO? Very big question, right? Let's start. It starts with realization that your most important business tool isn't your laptop, your network, or your bank account. It is your own mind. As verse 46 concludes, it says, therefore be a yogi, O Arjun. Very, it's like a proverb. Be a yogi, O Arjun. Such few words, but very profound meaning. This is a call to action for every leader. Don't just be a worker. Don't just be an expert. Don't just be a bureaucrat. Cultivate the discipline of the mind. Practice the equanimity that allows you to see through the noise of the market. Lead from a place of stillness, and you will find the impossible problems starting to solve themselves. The specialist sees the obstacle, the yogi sees the path. Which one will you be? Let me know in the comments below. Before I part ways today, a few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, we have all heard about the India's largest pharmaceutical company, that is Sun Pharma, also known as Sun Pharmaceutical Industries. And this company has just announced a massive acquisition which is worth 11.75 billion US dollars. Sun Pharma has acquired US based Organon and Company, making one of the largest outbound deals in Indian history. In this video, we break down why Sun Pharma is betting big on the US market and what this means for investors and the global healthcare landscape. Let's discuss this further. In the world of global pharmaceuticals, 11.75 billion isn't just a number, it's a statement. On April 26, 2026, India's largest drug maker, Sun Pharmaceutical Industries, didn't just make a deal, they redrew the map of global healthcare. Sun Pharma has officially entered a definitive agreement to acquire US-based Organon and Company for an enterprise value of 11.75 billion US dollars. This isn't just the biggest deal in Sun Pharma's 40 years history, surpassing even the legendary Ranbaxy and Taro acquisitions. It is one of the largest outbound acquisitions ever attempted by an Indian pharmaceutical company. But why now? Why Organon, a company only spun off from Maersk 5 years ago? And why is the stock market reacting with such intensity? Today we are breaking down the strategy, the math, and the global power play that just put Sun Pharma into the global top 25. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand the deal, you have to understand the target. Organon isn't your average pharmaceutical startup. It was birthed in 2021 as a strategic spin-off from the global giant Maersk and Company. Organon was created to house Maersk's legacy brands, but more importantly to lead in area Maersk wanted to de-emphasize, things like women's health and biosimilars. Today, Organon is a powerhouse with a portfolio of over 70 products commercialized in more than 140 countries. We are talking about massive households, named franchises and contraception and fertility like Nexopalnan and NuvaRing. They also have their burgeoning biosimilar businesses, essentially high-tech generic versions of expensive biologic drugs. Before the deal, Organon was doing roughly 6.2 billion in annual revenue, but they carried a heavy burden, nearly 8.6 billion in debt left over from the spin-off. That debt made them a target, and Sun Pharma, Dilip Sanghvi saw an opportunity where others saw a risk. For decades, Sun Pharma was known as the generic giant. They were the kings of making affordable versions of off-patent drugs. But the generic market in the US has become a race to the bottom, with shrinking margins and intense competition. Sun Pharma's managing director Kirti Ganorkar has been very clear: the future is in innovation and specialty medicine. This acquisition accelerates that shift by decade. And here are the three pillars of this deal. Number one is the women health leadership. This deal instantly makes Sun Pharma a top 3 global player in women's health. This is a sticky market with high patent loyalty and consistent demand. Number 2 is biosimilar leap. Sun Pharma was previously a minor player in biosimilars. Now they jump to the 7th largest biosimilar player globally. In a world where biological drugs are most expensive part of the healthcare, having a biosimilar engine is like owning a gold mine. Number 3 is the global commercial footprint. Sun Pharma already had a presence in the US and India, but Organon gives them boots on the ground in 150 countries, including high growth markets like China, Brazil, and major European hubs where Sun Pharma was previously underweight. So now let's talk about money. Sun Pharma is paying $14 per share in all cash deal. So let's break down this $14, what it comprises of. So enterprise value 11.75 billion, equity value 4 billion, and total revenue of 12.4 billion combined. So 12.4 billion. And there is a funding, internal cash plus they have taken a loan from Citibank, JP Morgan, and MUFG for this acquisition. Now, some analysts were worried Sun Pharma is taking on nearly 10 billion in new debt to make this happen. For a company that has traditionally been cash rich, this is a cultural shift. However, the magic math here is the profits. Organon generates incredible cash flow, nearly 1.9 billion in adjusted profit before tax. By combining the two, Sun Pharma expects to nearly double its cash flow. This allows them to pay down the massive debt quickly. The projected net debt to profit ratio is 2.3x, which in pharma's world is considered very, very manageable. So how did the market take it now? Initially, Organon shares surged over 15% just as soon as the news came out, while Sun Pharma saw a relief rally of 7 to 9%. While the relief, because investors finally saw that Sun Pharma was going to do with its massive cash pile. For years, shareholders asked, when will you make a big move? And this is that move now. But it's not all sunshine. There are risks also. The biggest risk is integration. Merging two companies of this size across 150 countries is logistical nightmare. Cultural fit. Moving a US headquartered Maersk legacy culture into Indian managed global giants takes time. And then lastly, regulatory hurdles. The deal isn't expected to close until early 2027. That's a long time for regulators, especially in the US, EU, and China, to magnify, they take the magnifying glass to basically examine the deal. So now my final verdict is Sun Pharma's acquisition of Organon is more than just a business transaction. It is a signal that Indian pharma has outgrown its pharmacy of the world label. They are no longer just the world's manufacturer, they are becoming world's innovator and owner of the global brands. If this deal succeeds, the Sun Pharma of 2030 will look less like a generic company from Mumbai and more like a global titan like Pfizer or Novartis. So friends, what do you think? Is 11.75 billion deal a fair price for the global dominance, or has Sun Pharma bitten off more than it can chew? Let me know in the comments below. Thanks for watching, and for more deep dives into the deals that move the world, make sure to hit the subscribe button, and I will see you in the next one. Before I part ways, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. In a groundbreaking discovery, astronomers have captured a rare cosmic handshake. Two blazing quasars in the process of merging. Located billions of light years away, these luminous monsters are powered by supermassive black holes that are spiraling towards each other, destined to become a single, even more powerful and massive entity. What is going on here? Let us explore this further. Imagine looking at a single point of light in the night sky, a light so bright it outshines the entire galaxy of hundreds of billions of stars. Now imagine looking closer and realizing that the single point isn't one object, it's two, and they are rushing towards each other at millions of miles per hour. Astronomers have just confirmed one of the rarest sights in our universe, a pair of blazing quasars caught in the middle of chaotic, violent merger. This isn't just a pretty light show. It is a snapshot of the early universe, a time when the galaxies were still young and messy. Today we are going to peel back the layers of this discovery. We will talk about what is quasar actually is, how we found these two needle and haystack twins, and why this discovery might be a crystal ball looking into the future of our own Milky Way. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Before we can understand the collision, we have to understand the titles involved here. The word quasar, which is in short for quasi-stellar radio source, to the early telescope of the 1960s, they looked like stars, but they behaved like monsters. At the heart of every quasar is a supermassive black hole, but the black hole itself isn't the light you see. Black hole by definition don't let light escape. Instead, the glow came from the accretion disk, and as the black hole's gravity pull in massive amount of gas, dust, and even entire stars, that material spins around the center like water goes down the drain. The friction and the gravity heat this material to millions of degrees, causing it to glow with more energy than thousands of galaxies combined. They are the ultimate cosmic lighthouses, visible from very edge of the observable universe. When we see a quasar, we are seeing a black hole that is feeding. Finding a single quasar is hard. Finding two that are merging is nearly impossible. Why? Because they are so far away that they are usually appear as single blurry dot. But recently, a team of astronomers using the Gaia Space Observatory noticed something strange. Gaia is designed to track the positions of stars with incredible precision. While looking at the known quasars, they noticed a jiggle. The light wasn't moving in space, but its intensity was flickering back and forth between 2 points, like a railroad crossing signal seen from a distance. To confirm their suspicions, they called in the big guns, the Hubble Space Telescope and the Gemini North Telescope in Hawaii. Hubble's sharp eyes revealed that this wasn't just a trick of light or gravitational lensing, where a closer galaxy acts as a magnifying glass. No, these were two distinct massive galaxies, each with its own feeding black holes at the center, physically bound by gravity. They are currently separated by only about 10,000 light years, which in cosmic terms is like two people standing on opposite sides of the living room. This specific pair of quasars is special because of when we are seeing them, because the light takes time to travel. Looking deep into space is like looking back in time. We are seeing these quasars as they were just 900 million years after the Big Bang. This puts them squarely in the epoch of reionization. This was the cosmic dawn, the era when the very first stars and galaxies were turning on and clearly moving away from the cold, dark hydrogen fog that filled the early universe. Seeing two quasars merging this early tells us that supermassive black holes didn't just grow slowly over billions of years, they grew through violence. They grew by eating each other. This discovery helps scientists refine their simulations of how the universe evolved from a hot soup of particles into structured web of galaxies that we see today. You might be wondering, that's 12 billion years ago. Why does it matter to us now? Well, the Great Cosmic Collision is a preview of our own destiny. Right now, our galaxy, the Milky Way, is on a collision course with our neighbor, the Andromeda Galaxy. In about 4 to 5 billion years, our two galaxies will begin the same dance these quasars are doing right now. Our own central black hole Sagittarius A star, which is currently quiet and not feeding, might wake up during the merger. And as from a gas from the Andromeda gets shoved into our galactical center, our black hole could ignite, turning a Milky Way into a blazing quasar for an distant alien astronomers to see. The two quasars we're talking about today have likely already finished their merger. In the now of the universe, they are probably one single gargantuan elliptical galaxy with one massive black hole at its core. We are just not catching the echoes of their ancient battle. It reminds us that the universe is not static place. It's a dynamic, evolving, and often violent masterpiece. Every time we find a pair like this, we add another piece to the puzzle of where we came from, where the cosmos is going, etc. So friends, thanks for joining in on this journey across space and time. If you want to keep exploring the wonders of the universe, make sure to hit the subscribe button. Until next time, please keep looking up. Before I part ways, a word from our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In a world wired by energy, the true revolution isn't about roaring engines or the blazing rocket. It is a silent spark inside a battery. From powering our phones to propelling electric dreams, the next generation of batteries promises not just a longer life, but a cleaner, smarter, and more sustainable future. The hum of the progress is quiet, but its impact will echo across the industries and civilization. So let's find out more about this. In the quiet laboratories of universities and research center, a revolution is unfolding. One that doesn't roar like a rocket launch or dazzles like a meteoroid shower, but instead hums softly in the background of our daily lives. It is the revolution of batteries, the hidden engines of modern civilization. From the phone in your pocket to the car in your driveway, from the solar panel on rooftop to the satellite orbiting Earth, batteries are the invisible lifeblood of our technological age. And now, new research suggests that the new wave of breakthrough could transform energy storage efficiently, sustainability, and the way that ripple across the society. For decades, lithium ion batteries have been the reigning champion. They powered that smartphone revolution, enabled electric vehicle, and made renewable energy more practical. Yet, their limitations are becoming increasingly clear. They degrade over time, rely on scarce materials like cobalt, and struggles to store the enough energy for the demand of a world racing towards the electrification. So, the urgency of the climate change and the global push for cleaner energy have turned batteries innovation into one of the most critical scientific frontier of 21st centuries. So, recent advances point to several promising directions, and the solid state batteries, for instance, replace the flammable liquid electrolyte with the solid materials and offering greater safety and higher energy and of course that energy with density. So imagine an electric car that charges in minutes and drives for 1,000 kilometers without refueling. Sounds good, na? So, the researchers are also exploring sodium ion batteries, which use abundant salt instead of lithium, and potentially decrematizing the excess of energy storage by reducing cost and reliance on geopolitical sensitivity in supply chains. So, meanwhile, the flow battery is a large system where the energy is stored in the liquid tank could revolutionize the grid storage, allowing renewable energies from wind and solar farms to capture and the release that steadily, and even when the sun sets or the wind dies down. So, efficiency is another frontier. Scientists are experimenting with nanomaterials that allow iron to move more freely, reducing energy loss and extending battery life. Other are designed like self-healing electrodes that repairs the microscopic cracks and prolonging the lifespan of the device. Sustainability, yes, very, very important. So that too is at the heart of this revolution. So recycling technologies are being developed to recover valuable metals from the old batteries and recreating circular economies where the waste become raw material for the next generation of the storage. So the implications are definitely profound. A breakthrough in the battery technology doesn't just mean better gadgets. It actually reshape entire industries. Transportations could shift decisively towards electric mobility, slashing the emission from the cars and trucks and the planes. And the home could become self-sufficient. Power hubs and the storage of solar energy during the day and then releasing it at the night. So, developing the nations often constrained by the unreliable grid that could actually leapfrog into the decentralized energy system powered by affordable, durable batteries. Even the space exploration stands to benefit, with the spacecraft and the lunar base requiring the robust, lightweight storage solutions. So, yet the challenge remains. So, scaling laboratories' success into the mass production is the notoriously difficult, and the cost must be driven down, supply chain secured, and the safety ensured. So, the story of the battery breakthrough is not one of that single inventions, but a countless incremental steps. So each building on the last and each bringing us closer to the world where the energy is clean, abundant, and accessible. So, in the end, batteries are more than just a storage device, they are enablers of possibilities. So, they hold within them the promise of sustainable future where the human ingenuity aligns with the planetary needs. As researchers push the boundaries of chemistry and physics, they are not merely improving technology, they are rewriting the script of civilization's energy story. The hum of tomorrow, battery, and maybe quiet, but with their impact will be thunderous, and very, very profound. So we have come to the end of this video. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel and see you in the next one.
Hello friends,